I'm actually already here today. I'm dead ass just trying to find some good things to read beforehand instead of like scrambling for it as soon as I turn the thing on. So that's fun. Really? Hmm. Oh wait, I can be heard, can't I? Okay, well it says it's on. Hmm. Oh, this one looks like it would be really good for Magic Cat. It's from 3 hours ago. Figure standing above me in bed. Hmm. Ominous threatening presence related to sleep. Okay, here for that. Uneasy feeling when house hunting. That could be good because Magic Cat did just move in somewhere new. Hmm. Why do I feel like this one on top would be super long? I stayed in a haunted house for 5 months and it changed my life. I thought they were gonna say, and it changed me. I'm like, yeah, yeah, I can see how that would change a person. I can see how that would change a person. Oh, lovely. The poster thinks they're possessed. Next one, voices in woods at 3 a.m. Okay. Devil Doberman staring into backyard. Why do people think Dobermans are evil? That's so weird. I feel like it's literally just because. No, no, it was Rottweilers that were used in the first Omen movie. What the hell? Why do people think that Dobermans are evil? What? Just because they're often trained to be attack dogs doesn't mean they're evil. It just means people often train them to, like, attack or fight or whatever. It doesn't mean the dog is evil. What is up with people thinking Dobermans are connected to Satan? That's just fucking weird. Hi, Cheesy Pillow. I saw that Magic Cat popped in too. I'm here. I'm literally just looking for stories. Deadass. I missed you too. Well, the other end of our country was interesting. I've never been that far. How have the two of you been? Hmm. It does look like there are a bunch of good, at least they sound like they would be good. Like there's a bunch of good posts today. Although I have one picked out special for you, Magic Cat. Okay, tell me about your week. I'll just come on then. I think I found a few that I can go ahead and read. There we go. It's nice to be back, I think. I don't know. It's kind of nice just to have fun with friends. We're on Earth? Maybe it's in here. Oh, it is in here. Okay, okay. Found it. Oh my god, are they crying again? Let me just put this in here. There we go. Too much anxiety when moving out. Ah, I see. But yeah, I picked this one out just for you. I'm kidding. I didn't pick it out just for you, but it definitely made me think of you when I saw it. I really think y'all should just call the police on him at some point, honestly. Does your country have, like, restraining orders? I don't know. Like, I just feel like you should throw out the whole man. Just put the whole man in the trash. I don't actually know which floor is which. Crap. Different things are sold on different floors. I just want more Pokeballs. Well, didn't there used to be a sign that detailed? There we go. Mmm. Maybe they're actually sold down here. I just don't even know why he's still allowed to breathe the same air as y'all. Like, how has he not been kicked out yet? I mean, that is a little strange. Like, that's kind of oddly specific. Probably just anxiety or something, though. Let's get 30 of these since they're somewhat cheaper. But yeah, just throw out the whole man. Um, hmm. I found something that might take your mind off of him though. It was posted by Ivory Baby 3 hours ago. I love some of y'all's usernames on Reddit. I'm not gonna lie. Ivory Baby. I'm sorry. Anyway, figure standing above me in bed. They marked it as sleep paralysis. Interesting. I woke up last night, probably around 2 to 3 a.m., and in my peripheral, I could see some sort of dark figure standing above me in bed. It was one of those moments where you think, is something there or is it just dark? Mmm, okay. Yeah, I've had one of those moments. Yeah, I feel like I've had one of those moments. Oh, yeah, sure. I'm sure your fidget toy's been helping. I woke up last night, probably around 2 to 3. Right, read that part. I turned my head to look at it, and after realizing that there actually was a human-like figure standing above me, I love that they said their hands were rated E for everyone. I reflexively swung my fist at it, causing it to fall off the end of my bed. I then heard laughing, and a few seconds before I fully woke up to discover that there was no one else in my room other than my partner sleeping next to me. See, I fully believe that what we call sleep paralysis really is that it just opens up someone's mind to things they wouldn't ordinarily be able to perceive. Honestly. Oh, there is. Like, I honestly think that. Anyway. Let's see. When I heard the laughing, I actually thought it was my partner's younger sister playing a prank on us. Why the hell would she be there? But when I woke up fully, I realized it must have been some sort of sleep paralysis event. That is wild, my friend. That is wild, my guy. I don't know how I would feel about that. Oh god, it's glitching so terribly. Do you see that? Why is it timed so poorly? What is going on? Anyway, it was so strange though because I actually swung my fist at it and distinctly remember feeling the thing touch my fist and be pushed off the bed. Okay. I don't remember exactly what it looked like, but it was standing right above where I was laying and looking down at me. It was scary enough to make me want immediately to swing at it, I guess. This poor dude. Wait, or not dude. I don't really know. I don't like I can tell from the I don't know. It's not like I have a way of knowing from the description. I can't tell someone's gender just from fucking reading their post unless they specifically say. Anyway, I've always wondered if I was a fight, flight, or freeze type of person. I guess it turns out I'm a fighter. I'm laying in bed now one night later and thinking about it. It's giving me the creeps. I know it was definitely just my brain playing tricks on me for being half asleep, but it was such a weird and creepy experience I thought I'd share. I mean, I personally think that when you're half awake and half asleep, it's just another one of those like liminal space things. It's like where your perception is opened up and you can sense things you wouldn't normally sense. At least that's what I think of it. I don't think it being sleep paralysis makes it less real. I think sleep paralysis is when your mind is in a state where you are more receptive, more perceptive to certain things. Anyway, I'm glad you've been enjoying your fidget, Magic Cat. Nothing sus in your room except the 4 a.m. thing. Was the 4 a.m. thing when something randomly fell, or am I making that up? I feel like you told me something was randomly falling in your room. Actually, I think that might have been a midnight thing. Was that a midnight thing? I don't know. Anyway, we're underground. Just to confirm, this is not post game. I just find this very relaxing and stress relieving. I'm not even looking for anything specifically. I find this so relaxing. Anyway, nope, just waking up at it. Oh, right, right. You said you kept waking up. I don't think that's anything inherently like sus, especially if you're going to bed earlier. Cause I haven't been around to keep you up, so you could just be, or it could just be a time you naturally wake up. I mean, there's a reason some people randomly get up at certain times to go to the bathroom, and it has nothing to do with ghosts. you're what's it called? Not quite your circadian rhythm, but I guess something related to it, like your internal sense of like, I don't know, time. Not necessarily sleep cycle, but it could just be being like, yo, it's time for you to go to the bathroom or something, or time for you to check your surroundings since you're kind of a vigilant person. I don't know, it doesn't mean anything like shady is happening. Okay, ominous threatening presence related to sleep, posted by Stardust Squire 9 hours ago. How long is this? Okay, that's not too bad. It is not one of those things that's like an essay. It's not like pages long, so. It's on the longer end of a short posting, but it's not a long post in and of itself, if that makes sense. I have no idea if that makes sense. Anyway, it says, little bit of backstory. At my current wife's previous apartment, there were two instances of an event that caused us to bless the space and move a mirror that was in the area. One was with her, and the other was with me. Okay. So, something in their apartment was sus, as Magic Cat would say. Something was sus, and they were like, fuck that shit, we're blessing this bitch. Love it. And as a small like side note, Magic Hat says that she feels safe because her cats have been sleeping with her. I mean, there is a lot of like folklore and mythology around cats and how they can see evil spirits or drive away evil spirits, especially if you're looking at Cometicism and the cat goddess and the whole like Eye of Ra thing. And anyway, y'all didn't come here for that shit. Um, oh, nice. 3 out of 3. Anyway, let's see. A dreamlike state, half awake but lucid and aware of an ominous presence in the room, pretty much formless but around human height. I told y'all, being in that in-between state is like being in a liminal space, and your mind is more perceptive and receptive to things that you would not ordinarily be able to sense. At least that's how I see it. Anyway, let's see. Said presence was included in her dream until she half woke, noticed it in real life, and went back to sleep. She thought someone was in her apartment. Shortly thereafter, the same thing happened to me at her apartment. What the hell? Okay. Went to sleep, woke up in a night terror-like state of being unable to move. Okay. But it wasn't a night terror. Noticed similar presence move from under the bed to the door, then disappear. From under the bed? That's so weird. I mean, not that I have a lot of experience being a spirit, but I just can't imagine hiding under someone's fucking bed as a spirit. Like, that's so weird. Who does that? I don't get it. What is the purpose of this? What is the point? Just to spread fear? Like, why? I don't know. I feel like I would be a lot better at being a spirit, but maybe that's just me. Like, full offense, some of these spirits seem like they're really bad at their job. Anyway, wasn't a night terror. Noticed similar presence move from under the bed to the door, then disappear. Right, saw that. I say this with a grain of salt, and at the time I didn't freak out until I woke up, but confidently and truthfully, nothing has ever rattled me like that did. I know what lucid dreams feel like, and that was very, very real. Okay, that's fair. If you know what a lucid dream or a daydream or a hallucination or whatever feels like, then it's usually pretty damn easy to discern when something is not the same thing. Just like once you've experienced hot, you know that it's not cold. That makes a lot of sense. Anyway, there's another instance of this phenomenon in our new place. Granted I was high and awake. I mean, to be fair, just because you were high doesn't mean it wasn't real. Being high, I mean, why do y'all think so many people use different types of substances to reach a certain mental, emotional, and spiritual state for like vision quests and journeys and shit? Because it literally opens up your inner eye and makes you more receptive and perceptive of other things in the world that you might not necessarily be able to access otherwise. So, don't think it's not real just because you were high, my dude. I mean, I doubt OP will actually ever hear me, but you know. Anyway, high but awake. Two mirrors face each other in the bathroom, and in the hallway I saw movement. Needless to say, I freaked. I chalked it up to the drugs, though, but it was quite similar, so I bookmarked it. Similar to what? Similar to what, my good sir? It was quite similar. To what? I guess it looked similar to the thing before. Damn it, I was so close to unearthing that. Mm. Moved one of the mirrors as a precaution. Anyway, this is my concern now because it may be unrelated. You know that feeling your body gives you when it thinks it's in danger? I got that trying to go to sleep. Hmm. Really? I think I would call it what? Danger sense? Not necessarily this like the same name that one of Izuku's quirks has, danger sense, but literally that's what I would think of it as. But anyway, not a quirk, but just, you know, in the same vein. Like as far as what it does, like following your gut, following your instincts. Also, there's this thing called thin slicing, which helps support your instincts. It's just this thing your brain does where it recognizes, it's like pattern recognition. Your brain recognizes certain patterns in events and behaviors, and it uses that to guide you, basically. It's not even like a spooky thing, it's like a physiological thing. Like, I don't know how to explain it, but anyway. I got that trying to go to sleep, like when your body says, hey bitch, you're about to get hurt, and zaps you. Not like the falling asleep, this was different. Stop. But before those zaps, I would have vivid and quite frankly very concerning nightmares. Mmm. Okay. There were about 5 nightmare zap sequences within an hour, and the last one ended with feeling the same ominous presence walk around to my side of the bed. I made myself wake up and it went away. Huh. Interesting. Let's see. The kicker is that while it was ominous, I've never felt in danger from it before, just startled as if a raccoon was in the house, and only rattled on a what the fuck level, and not a level of thinking it might harm us. Okay, that's fair, I suppose. Home Slice didn't get homicide vibes before, or just like weirded out vibes. That's fair. That's fair. Because there's a difference between like that weird guy in the corner and oh god, that's a murderer. Like, yeah, that's a vibe. I understand what you mean, my guy. I say as if they're actually here to hear me when they're not. Um, God, this is going very. Oh, I was about to say this is going very shittily, but ooh, there we go. Okay, let's see what to say. Blah, 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 blah. I don't know what it is or could be, but I don't really want to find out. I legitimately don't know anything about true paranormal activity, so I don't know what to think. I heard a recent Redditor have a problem with mirrors, and I think I may have pissed it off when I moved the mirrors away from each other. I don't know why she insists we keep this obviously fucking cursed mirror around because it's the only common denominator, but whatever. I figure this is going in the dumpster. LMAO, aside from these sleep events and the one high event, which very well could have been a shadow, nothing else has happened. This is legitimately just nightmares, and I'm cool with it. I mean, I don't really know how a mirror would show a shadow moving, especially when you're not there to cast it. So I don't really know how someone would explain that. But anyway, um, hmm. Let's see. Da, 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 da. Edit. I'm reading about similar experiences related to sleep paralysis and night terrors. I've had minor ones before, but nothing felt paranormal. Just an inability to move and panic until I fell back asleep. This is indicative of night terrors or sleep paralysis. Oh, excuse me. If this is, I would appreciate info. I mean, not to scare anyone, but I don't think saying it's a night terror really precludes it from also being paranormal. But, you know, that's just me. You said you've been trying to convince your mother to buy a dog as well. I mean, but you won't even get to spend time with it in your house since apparently y'all think dogs are dirty and can't come inside. I mean, what are you supposed to do with that? You can't even spend time with it. It couldn't even sleep with you. Nice. Going outside for 5 minutes just doesn't really feel like it's worth it. Like, you're not gonna spend all day outside, and apparently you can only leave it outside, which doesn't really seem fair to the dog, but, you know. Oh. Well, it's not like you're gonna sit out there all day, especially with how hot it is. And you certainly can't sit out there at night. Well, I assume even if they let you, you'd probably be too scared of sitting out there at night. No offense. Um, but if you're scared of your room at night, I doubt you'd want to literally sit outside at night. Just saying. You said nah, you're chilling with your dog. I mean, if the dog will protect you, more power to you. I suppose you just have to make sure you get a protective one. Wait, something's back there? Hmm. Let's see if we can get it. I kind of need to concentrate for this one, because I actually want to make sure the wall doesn't cave in on it. I think I actually got it. Nice. Oh, there are only two? Nice. Well, they were kind of big. Alright, let me find the next one. Informal Fig 7116. Uneasy feeling when house hunting. So, I actually also had an experience where I got an uneasy feeling during house hunting. Um, this is before we got this house, but we were looking for a house to move into. And, I don't know why, but it felt like there was a presence in the house, which isn't that unusual because a lot of places have presences, but it just very much felt like it was a presence that didn't want us there or didn't like us, and it just kept following us around. While we were at the house, it didn't like leave with us or whatever. But so me and my husband can both sense spirits. We can't see them, but we can sense them. Um, And of course, sometimes when you're dealing with spirits, if the presence is potent enough, you can get like an impression of what it would look like in your head. Almost like if you're daydreaming, but you don't make it up, it just kind of pops into your head unprompted. Kind of like if someone is describing this old shirt they have and you can like picture it in your head. It's like that, but without prompting. Um, but of course, you can't actually see it in front of you. We're not just like seeing random shit. We're not those people. Some people can see spirits, we can't, but we can sense them. And it felt like the spirit of an old woman. Don't have a name or anything, but it just felt like the spirit of an old woman in kind of like an old-timey dress with a shawl. And she just didn't really want us there. And kept following us around, literally to every room that we looked through. Her presence was there. And as we were leaving, it felt like someone was looking at us from one of the windows. And again, it's not like we can see this shit. It's not like we saw anyone doing this, but we can sense presences, and because we're very spiritually sensitive. And I don't know why she didn't like us, or why she was watching us leave, or why she followed us through every room. Couldn't tell you any of that. We're not gonna be able to get whatever's in here last. But yeah, I couldn't tell you. But she was just not very friendly. Now, I'm one of the people who will tell you that spirits, just because someone's a spirit doesn't mean they're not a person anymore suddenly. Spirits are people, just like, living human beings. They're still people. They're just either not alive or not human, but they're still people. But anyway, I don't know if it was prejudice. Like, I don't know if she was just some, like, racist dead lady, or if there's a different reason she didn't want us there. But she just did not want us there. I mean, it's not like we ever felt in danger of being hurt or anything. It's just very much like if your friend invited you to their house and their mom or grandma is being super passive aggressive the entire time. It was kind of like that, to be honest. Just this passive aggressive, older, quote unquote, dignified lady, like not wanting you in her house and being very passive aggressive about it. It was like that. It was not the house for us. And we didn't end up moving in there, thank fuck, because I don't think we would have been happy. She certainly wouldn't have been happy. And oftentimes, if your spirits are not happy and they're mean, you're also not happy. I don't know what Magic Cat means by "will go eat." Do you mean you're gonna go get a snack now? Okay. Anyway, let's read Informal Fig's story. Uneasy feeling when house hunting. Because I want to see what their uneasy house hunting experience was like. So I've been house hunting, and so far the few properties I've looked at, despite being immaculate and meeting my needs and preferences, have given me an uneasy feeling the moment I set a foot inside. I'm a skeptic, but have a healthy respect for what I don't know or can't prove with science and common sense. All right? I've seen some things that I couldn't explain in my life. I feel like lots of people have seen things they can't explain, but some people just continue to be skeptics. Oh, is it still early enough for you to have dinner? I guess I'm not always this early, so I was just not really thinking about that. Huh, cool. Anyway, let's see. Da-da-da-da. So I don't know if it's because I'm overwhelmed with doubt and anxiety about the whole process, or just reading and watching too many paranormal content, or what. But I couldn't help but feel chills and an uneasy feeling despite having the realtor and a friend there. Okay. I don't usually get these feelings either. I feel like if you don't usually get these feelings and they were that strong, that you were just on some cursed ass property, my friend. Like, you dodged a fucking bullet. Honestly, if you felt that uneasy walking through, then you probably wouldn't have felt any better living there, just saying. Damn it, didn't get the last one. My gut says run. Good! Listen to your gut. It's so frustrating because I want to be able to have a home without all the paranormal shenanigans, but my gut says run. I'm curious if anyone else ever just got that gut feeling like something's wrong, especially when you're not expecting it. I mean, honestly, when you have weird feelings like that, it's not even always a ghost. Like, your instincts could be telling you about a creepy neighbor that's watching you that you're not consciously aware of. Just saying. It's not always ghosts or demons or shadow people or whatever the fuck. You know, it's not always paranormal. But that doesn't mean you shouldn't listen to it just because it's not a spirit wanting to fuck up your life. Like, there could absolutely have been a creepy neighbor just watching y'all that you couldn't see at the time, but your instincts were like, yo, this ain't right. I'm just saying. Or sometimes feelings of unease or wrongness has to do with like, oh, the water's not good or something. Like it's not always ghosts that you get these intuitive feelings about, just saying. I feel like everyone automatically assumes it means there's a demon lurking under the baby's crib or something. But really it could just be like, oh, this house has seen a lot of death. It's not haunted, but like 3 people died here. Maybe not. Or, actually this uneasy feeling came from the fact that there's fucking radon or something. Like trust your gut. Just because it's not ghost doesn't mean there's not something shady about this place. I mean, for all you know, people used to use it for like money laundering or something. Like, for all you know, your feelings are coming from one of the last owners being a serial killer and people being buried in the yard. Like, you don't know what the uneasy feeling is about, but it's valid, and I respect that. And I'm glad you listened to it and you ran. Because there's other reasons besides, holy shit, this place is haunted as fuck, that you would not want to be in a certain place. Like, there's so many reasons your radar could have gone off that have nothing to do with being haunted. Like, let me tell you, you will be so much happier having not stayed at this place that makes you feel so uneasy. Like, just because the vibes are rancid doesn't mean it's some nefarious spirit. The vibes can be rancid for multiple reasons. Hell, for all you know, the vibes were rancid because the realtor was cheating you. Like, just saying. The vibes could have been rancid for like 50 reasons. I'm just glad you were like, nope! Okay, so the comments are interesting. First one says, yes, I felt it a handful of times over the years. Sometimes the energy or vibe inside is just wrong, despite appearances. I respect it and leave. Thank you. I'm so glad y'all are not auditioning to be the main character in a horror movie. Just saying. By the way, the first comment was by 27 Jennifers, which did I mention I love so many of y'all's usernames? Because I do. I absolutely do. Also, fun fact, I used to know a Jennifer, but we don't talk anymore because I found out she was a bigot and she didn't seem like one in high school, but I guess you never really know someone, do you? Anyway, Informal Fig the OP says, "Glad to know I'm not alone and not crazy. I don't want to keep missing out on places if it's just in my head. Why are so many houses haunted?" HMB 6913 says, "We just got done house hunting closing on Friday, and I only had this feeling in one house. There was a storage cupboard under the stairs." Really? A storage cupboard under the stairs? Is this some Harry Potter shit? Anyway, and when I stuck my head all the way inside, there was a terrible oppressive feeling, and it felt like there was something there pushing me out. I told my husband we are absolutely not buying this house because there's something there. So sad because it was a beautiful old farmhouse. Oh, yeah, absolutely not. Absolutely not. And the thing is, that might not even be a malicious spirit. That could have just been something warning her, like, as a safety thing, like, hey, get out while you still can. I mean, not all warnings are gentle, but that doesn't mean that the spirit means you harm. Anyway, Hyperbolic Universe said, yes, that has happened to me. Bad vibes equals no go. Dang. Hmm. Oh. Okay, so OP said, congrats, so happy for you, send some luck my way. I know I gotta trust my gut at the same time. I worry I might miss out on something good, because what if I'm overthinking it, you know? No, that's not overthinking it. Overthinking it is wondering if you're gonna be able to make something a fixer-upper, or if you're gonna be able to afford putting a fence in. That's some overthinking shit. Or trying to figure out way too hard what color the drapes should be. That's overthinking it. Getting rancid vibes from something or someone is not overthinking it, I promise you. Okay, anyway, people I've talked to think I'm crazy, but I'm glad to know I'm not the only one. Thanks for restoring my sanity. I just hope to land something in this market because my apartment is charging me all kinds of fees and I'd save more money with a mortgage for sure. I'm very aware of basements and attics in general, but I need a basement for storage. I mean, to be fair, if it's just storage you need, if you have a big enough yard, you can absolutely just put a shed in the back. Now, I'm aware some people think sheds are always haunted, but if you're the one to put up the shed, and you know for a fact that there's nothing happened in that shed to make it haunted, then it should be fine. Assuming the land itself is not haunted, it will be fine. Just put up a shed in the back, honestly. Or, hear me out, get really good at using the space that's already in your house. Like, find those cubicles that can stack up against the wall, find ways to hang things up on the ceiling and walls, utilize literally all your closet space. You can get those tubs and containers that stack very easily. You can get the flat ones that slide under your bed. Like, you can absolutely maximize the space in your house so that you don't need that. Of course, if you're trying to store something big like old exercise equipment or lawn care stuff, I don't really know what to tell you. Except, find a house with a garage, maybe. I mean, I've heard people say they've had haunted garages before, but it's usually the attic or the basement that gives creepy feelings. So, find a house with a garage, and I think you'd be fine, is my advice. Anyway, the last comment is Glad Minute 7429. I had a similar situation. My wife and I were looking at a not very old house, about 40 or 50 years old. What do you mean, not very old? That's half a century. At first, I really liked this house, but spending about half an hour there gave me a strange feeling. But I thought I was watching too many paranormal movies and reading too many stories. Okay. I wanted to start the process of buying this property mortgage, but you know what? The real estate agent did not want to show me any documents before signing the preliminary contract and paying 10% of the price. What do you mean didn't want to show? See, that's shady. Didn't want to show you any documents? Why? Even if there's no ghost, that just makes it seem like there's something wrong with the house. Not necessarily paranormal, but this seems like the kind of shit where you sign everything and they're like, by the way, this house always has termites. Like, that's just shady. Doesn't want to show you any reports on the house or any documents about its history. That's weird. Like, why? Is there a sinkhole? Are there termites? Have there been carbon monoxide leaks? Like, what are you not telling me? It doesn't mean like 8 people died here, but like there's something they're hiding. Like, that's shady. That is shady as shit. Anyway, want me to send it on? That was the last red flag for me. Now I'm finishing buying another house in the next 2 weeks. Yeah, exactly. That's shady as fuck. Oh my god, that's shady as fuck. I don't know what they're hiding, but that is shady. Like, it's not necessarily like, oh yeah, everyone who lives here gets possessed, because it's kind of like weird and extreme. But like, it could definitely be like, oh yeah, this house has problems with the floor slash walls rotting, or there's termites, or the whatchamacallit molds really easily, or something. Like, there was something they were hiding from you. I'm not going to be the person who immediately goes, yeah, they're hiding 8 dead bodies in the yard. I'm just saying, like, they're hiding something. It could be that someone painted over black mold. It could be that there's still lead in the wallpaper. Like, it could be something that they're hiding that has nothing to do with the paranormal, but it's just still very shady. Because they're supposed to disclose everything. So it's fucking weird that she just won't tell you anything about the house. Like, I personally would like to know if the person who lived in my house before was a serial killer, or if the house is prone to getting black mold, or if there are termites, or if this area is in a floodplain and I didn't know, you know? Like, I feel like that's some shit you should know about your house. I'm just like, if they don't want to talk about it, that's shady. Or as Magic Cat would say, that's sus. Yes. Okay. Mmm. Maybe this one. I stayed in a haunted house for 5 months and it changed my life. How long is this? Oh, it's not that long at all. In January to May of 2020, my mom and I had to move out of our house due to my father passing away unexpectedly at home. A friend of my mom's, whose mom also just passed away, who used to live in the house as well, was nice enough to offer that we live there until we could find a different house slash get back on our feet. I don't understand. Why would him dying mean that you can't live in your house? Like, could you just not afford it? I'm confused. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. Like, if it's just a matter of you can't afford it without him, I get that. But if you just moved out because he died and that's it, and it has nothing to do with finances, like, what's the point of moving out? Like, that seems kind of dumb. No offense. Like, was it just too painful or something? Like, were the memories getting you? I'm just so confused. Like, what made you move out? It just seems like you did this with no prompting. I'm sorry. I just don't understand moving out of a perfectly good house if the reason isn't like financial or it needs repairs or something, you know? Like, what? Anyway. We stayed at this house before to watch her dogs for shorter periods of time, like for a week while they went on vacation. Every time we'd stay over, she would say, "Let me know if the let me know if the spirits do anything while we're away." Wait, she told you beforehand that her house is haunted. Please don't tell me y'all are gonna act like victims and like act all shook like y'all didn't know this was gonna happen. She explicitly said the house had spirits. The fuck did y'all expect? I'm so confused. What did y'all expect? Anyway. I don't know why my eyes are watering. I'm just dabbing at them because they're just watering and I can't see the screen. Give me a second. Oh, maybe they're strained. Where's my glasses? Let me put my glasses on. Oh, that might be it. I forgot to put my glasses on, so my eyes might have been straining. They're just watering away. Let me know if the spirits do anything while we're away. And I'll get on to them, but just politely tell them to stop. Don't be rude. And that's what we did. Okay. Okay. So homeowner has an amicable relationship with the spirits. We'd hear noises around the house, see figures outside, see shadows down the hall, and we'd tell them to stop, and it would stop for a few hours or so. When we first settled into the new house after fully moving in, everything was fine as it could be after that terrifying experience of my dad passing in front of us. So maybe they moved because it was traumatizing, because I was trying to figure out why the hell they moved, especially into a house they knew was haunted, if their house was perfectly good and fine and nothing was wrong with it. But it sounds like they were just hugely traumatized by him dying, and it sounds like they may have witnessed it too, so there's that. Yeah, I was like, okay. Anyway, I do remember on the first night I was on a call with my boyfriend because I couldn't sleep, and I remember hearing things that made me terrified. My boyfriend does not believe in the paranormal, so he would say it's just the house settling, but I knew it wasn't. Some things that have happened while I lived in the house. Hmm, hold on. Okay. Oh, oh. Okay. I had an old cabinet that the homeowner's mother, who just died as well, used to own in my room. I had clothes and my skincare inside, so I would use it daily. It was hard to close, and we had to essentially clamp it shut, or else the door would swing out by itself. So, like every morning, I specifically remember clamping it. Right? That makes sense. But when I got home, the doors were both fully open. A little weird, but technically it could have come out on its own, unless it was a way in which it couldn't. Um, anyway, but when I got home, the doors were both fully open, and one of my sweaters looked like it had been thrown on the floor. Kind of weird. Is the ghost throwing a temper tantrum? What the hell? The scariest thing was that my mom had arrived home maybe 25 minutes before I did, and she said the cabinet was closed, so this happened in the span of 25 minutes. Are you sure your mom's not messing with you? I don't know. I don't know. I don't exist here just to call someone a liar. Like, I don't. But I'm also always like, have you made sure that she's not messing with you? But anyway, sometimes I'd get home very late after being at my boyfriend's house until 9, 10, or 11. I'd get ready for bed, take a shower, and get water from the kitchen. Okay? Trying to figure out where this is going. I mean, I suppose I could just read it, but I'm just sitting here like, where is this going? Like, where are we going with this? What journey are we taking here? Oh, it's down. There we go. Okay. Water from the kitchen. Where my room is located, you had to walk past the front door, which is fully glass. Okay? I would always see figures in the yard or on the porch walking around, and it always terrified me. See, this shit is why you don't need no goddamn see-through doors. That's why I don't like that shit. Mm-mm. Because I'm not even thinking about ghosts when I think that. I'm thinking about the fact that literally any stalker or serial killer or peeping Tom can just look through all your fucking glass walls, doors, whatever. I always hate seeing those full glass houses because it's like, not only does this feel so unsafe because glass feels more fragile unless you have like hurricane strength glass or something, but you have to keep it covered or people can literally see all of your shit. Like I don't understand people's need to have full glass everything. I don't get it. I just literally cannot understand it. Okay, Magic Cat's almost done. Anyway, let's see. Terrified. Right. Homeowner's mother who died absolutely loved one of the dogs. Her name is Lady. Ooh. Whenever she would want Lady around, she'd always call out her name in a very specific and memorable way. One day it was just me and my sister in the house. I was in the kitchen and she was in the guest bedroom by my room. I heard what sounded exactly like the mom yelling for Lady. It was loud. I run to my sister's room. Did you call for Lady? I asked her. No, why would I? She's laying on her bed right here. She pointed at the floor on the far side of the bed, and sure enough, there she was. Hmm. Sure enough, there she was. Okay. Final experience I will be talking about, definitely not the last experience, is the biggest one for me, and it happened to me twice. Everyone was there that evening. The homeowner and her husband, my mom, my sister, my boyfriend, and I were all in the house. Okay. Hold on. All in the house. Wait a minute. We were having a big dinner, I can't remember what. I went into the kitchen to go get a drink, and my sister said she was going to do the same, so I figured she was right behind me. I'm standing facing away from the entrance and felt someone touch my shoulder. Not too firm, but not gentle either. I say what and turn around only to see my sister just then walking into the kitchen. My mouth dropped. I asked, "Did you just touch my shoulder?" She looked at me like I was crazy. I just walked in. I start to freak out. Someone just touched me. People ran into the kitchen to calm me down. The homeowner looked at me in shock and said, "No one has ever been touched by the spirits in this house. My daughter has been um my daughter has been years ago when she's very little. They'd always mess with her, but I'm not sure she was actually touched." Huh. It's safe to say I never entered the kitchen alone again. So yeah, there you have it. Some of the best experiences I've had at that house. I don't know if I'd call it best. Since you were scared, I don't know if I'd call it best. The last experience has forever changed my life. I think about it daily. For context, the house is 100 plus years old. The homeowner grew up in that house and her father passed away in the living room. Her mother lived with her up until a couple of days ago. Hold on. Before she passed. She passed in hospice. My mom and I had moved in right after witnessing my dad pass at our house. He was very well could have followed us there, and the area of Virginia we live in was surrounded by battlefields. Thank you for reading. Oh, so the area is haunted as shit. Good to know. Mm. I love how the first comment says, "This sounds about right for a haunted house." Bluegrass Gazer says, "We lived in a house built in 1930 that had some harmless activity. Keys would go missing, remote missing, then those things would return to their obvious places. We also heard noises. We finally told them that yes, we do notice they're with us in the house and they were welcome to stay there, but please stop with the pranks. The pranks did end, but they would occasionally do something to remind us they were still there. Interesting. Our oldest son never liked to be alone in his room, but if we went on vacation and rented a cabin, that's all he would do. Well, yeah, because he didn't want to be alone with the ghost. We moved a few years ago and came clean to our now teen boys about what was going on in the house. The oldest said he never saw anything, but had a feeling and it made him uneasy." Yeah, exactly. Just because people don't see things doesn't mean they can't sense it. Um, Tolerus said yes, we did have our keys stolen all the time, and they'd always end up back where we left them before they disappeared. Apparently, OP thinks it's cool. Magic Hat would be scared out of her literal life and mind. Bluegrass Gazer says, "First couple of times it happened, we were like, oh, they were here the whole time, but it kept happening until we said something." Then, because people are skeptics, they asked if there's a carbon monoxide detector in the house or if there's any carbon monoxide. Um, OP said that they asked the owner and none has ever been detected. Um, there we go. Someone said that they would smoke cleanse the hell out of that house, which is absolutely hilarious. Let's see. Someone said, "Isn't the whole state of Virginia a battlefield?" Yeah, more or less. There are so many battlefields across the South, it's not even funny. Between plantations and battlefields, I truly don't know, like, I just don't know how anyone can try to say that, like, can try to say that most parts of the South are unhaunted. Let me check Krogunk's what's the word? Egg group. Crow. I honestly don't remember its egg group, but I don't think it's gonna have any that cross. Mm-mm. It's in human like only, so we have to send it away. And yes, we actually have to. Hmm. Let's see. Send it away just means put it in the box, though. It's not like I'm gonna release it randomly. I don't like releasing Pokemon. It's like, just because I can't use it doesn't mean I can't keep it, so I'm gonna deposit them there. Okay. We're gonna finish reading the comments about this haunted ass shit. Just give me a second. Hmm. Okay. Okay, Talaroo said, I mean, yes, but I was talking about battlefields with more lives lost than just any regular battlefield. Ghost friends are very cool, but always remember not to entice them. Anyway, that's the end of that thread. Let's see. There should be another one. La Llorona in Mexico. Alright, let's see what Magic Cat said, because I feel like I missed some of Magic Cat's... Fucking hell! Magic Cat's comments. Somehow I accidentally threw, my controller at myself while trying to read the comments, so that's fun. Something something dogs, more dogs, 5 minutes, dogs, eat dinner, almost done. Chad dot dot dot. Yeah, I named it Chad because it just kind of seemed like it fit somehow. I don't know. I wonder if anything ever pops up on the water. Is that a thing? I don't actually remember from before if things pop up on the water. Because obviously it would spawn in the overworld. I would assume it would spawn in the overworld, but... Huh, nothing, I guess. Anyway, there's only one entrance slash exit to this room, so I'm just gonna... There we go. Go back out. I love how Magic Cat says, if they look at me and talk, I'm making a mess on myself, but if they just chill, I'm okay. I guess you mean if spirits try to directly interact with you, you'd freak out, but if they're just, like, kind of sitting there, you're fine. I'm gonna go get all of these before I go back to the other room. Cut it, because it basically just respawned a bunch of these, so. There we go. Okay, this one just says La Llorona in Mexico by insert a good name. You said watch you regret life. That's funny. Okay. So this says, I'm sure several people have heard of La Llorona. Yeah, so it's it's basically folklore slash a ghost story, and it's literally just like the crying woman, the weeping woman. Anyway, I'm sure several people have heard of La Llorona, the woman that walks and cries super loud at like 1 to 3 a.m. You can hear her mostly found in Mexico. I'm reading it straight off the post, by the way. I'm not saying this myself. I'm reading now. But yes, it's a Latinx thing. You can hear her. And the ranch where my mom grew up, there was a video of her because La Marina, aka the Marines, were there protecting us from narcos. And when they were there patrolling, they were looking around at night when all of a sudden she pops up walking and crying. And the Marines that were there were even trying to leave as quickly as possible, and some were even screaming. Okay, but I'm just imagining these grown ass men with firearms seeing the ghost of a woman and crying and screaming and running away. That's kind of entertaining. Not gonna lie. Honestly, I bet she was having fun too. There was a video that my family members had, but that was a couple of months ago, so they can't find it. And they said that you could see her very clearly when she'd walk past the lamp, and it looked like a woman all in white floating and roaming through the streets. That's fantastic. Watch me regret this, you say, and then put your head in your hands. What am I watching you regret? Listening to ghost stories in general? But yeah, La Llorona, you're... Apparently, if you walk too close to the river at night, she'll drown you. Or at least that's what I've heard. But yeah, she's just walking along the riverbanks, or walking along wherever she walks, just crying. Crying the entire time. But I have heard, like, several accounts of her being dressed in white. I don't know why white specifically. Is it just because it's a ghost color? Oh, Magic Hat said you might invite a spirit by being nice. LMAO! There are people in the comments basically just comparing folklore from different countries. Ooh, there. Hmm. Okay, someone from Argentina said they remember hearing her stories and how they were used to scare kids. Well, regardless of why they were invented, it's sure as hell a good warning not to go roaming around at night, especially by the waterways, because it would be very easy to drown, whether or not La Llorona is there to pull you under, just saying. There we go. Hmm. Anyway, let's see. I'm trying to find another one. Oh, I don't know why, but maybe it's a troll post. I don't know. It's kind of a weird thing to post. I love how Magicat says it's all fun and games until a spirit gets invited. Funny you should say that, because the next post says, quote, I think I'm possessed, unquote, by throw away the creep. OP says, I feel horrible lately. Oh my god, I'm not reading that out loud. Basically, they're saying that they're acting out of character and going against their usual personality, behaviors, habits, etc., and doing a bunch of weird things. And how some parts of their personality seem like they're completely reversed. But some of this is inappropriate, so I'm just not reading it out loud. I just refuse. If you want, you can go find it yourself. I don't know if they're a troll or for real, but either way, let's just I it is far past PG-13 and I'm not reading that out loud. Yeah, I'm not reading that. I'm not I mean, I've it's like a paragraph long, so I skimmed it internally, but I'm not reading that. Jesus. Ah, here we go. Jeez. Comments are brutal. I don't know if I want to read the comments out loud either. These are fucking brutal. I was just trying to lay my controller down right then, by the way. I don't know why it decided to do extra digging. Of course, these have been me digging because I was trying to find the fourth thing. But anyway. Hmm. Voices in the woods at 3 a.m. Maybe. I want to know why they think Dobermans are evil, though. Let me read this. Like, I don't agree with them. I just genuinely want to understand the logic of why they think this. Like, I just want to know why. As a small segue, Magicat says that she's been trying to do makeup. Interesting. I personally don't wear makeup, but cool. What kind of look are you trying out for? Because I know there are different, like, styles and kinds and what have you. Mm, height should be good enough, right? Okay, that one's just a wall of text with like no paragraph indentations or anything, and it's making my eyes hurt, so I'm gonna look for a different one. Hmm. But yes, tell me about your makeup while I try to find a new weird question, it says. Okay, so this keeps happening to me like once a day, every 3 days or so. I'll be walking around my room and listening to music at 2 a.m., and suddenly I'll get this really uncomfortable feeling that I need to sit down and be quiet or something will hear me. There's nothing in my house. We've even burnt sage in my house before. To my knowledge, I mean, to be fair, that might not have been strong enough, depending on what's there. But anyway, um, to my knowledge, there isn't anything here. It honestly scares me because I feel like if I don't be quiet, I'm going to anger something and cause it to attack. It basically forces me to sit, lie down, or else I feel like I'm being watched. Only at night. I never stay awake long enough to figure out what's going on. What should I do? Could this be something paranormal? I mean, my sister always says our house has a weird vibe to it, but I don't know what to make of it. I could really use some advice. Holy crap, I just scratched the crap out of my leg, but it's itchy. It's not even related to this, my bad. Let's see what the comments say. Grouchy Earth 1063 says cameras are pretty damn cheap these days. Just load your house with them. Surely if there's anything there, you'll see or at least see something out of the ordinary, which is fair. At least this way you'll know if something is going on, or maybe try resisting the urge to sit or lay down and see what happens. LMAO! They really said just fuck around and find out. Can't say I've ever heard of a person being unalived or being harmed by a ghost. I mean, who said it's a ghost? There's always a person involved or a legit explanation. To my knowledge, no charges have ever been laid on a ghost. Well, no shit. Even if a ghost did hurt someone, how exactly would you charge them with anything? It's not like you can send them to ghost prison or special hell or something. Ah, fuck. I actually have to name this now. Um, fuck. I need to think of something. Um, trying so hard not to just name it Pinky. It deserves better than that, but I don't know what to do. Ah, Gum? Really? Fine. Magic Cat decided to name it Gum, so its name is Gum. Of course, I immediately have to remove it from my party. Well, first of all, because I just don't even want to use one, but also second of all, it's not in the appropriate egg group. But I don't want one anyway, so whatever. I don't want one. I don't need one because I already have a water type, and also it's not in the right egg group. We're leaving. Let's see. Tuna Cat Plushie says, try Palo Santo. This sacred wood helps you with cleansing, like with sage, but also with making things clear to the other side, and it smells nice. If there is someone, this might make it clear. While cleansing, say loud and clear, only love and light can stay, the rest must go away. Yeah, that sounds like some kind of like, uh, that sounds very, how do I put it in a way that doesn't sound cruel? I mean, I guess if it works for you, sure, but I'm not really a part of the love and light crowd, so that kind of made me cringe, not gonna lie. But if it works for you, it works for you. And if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So, I'll also say that, but that's not the kind of shit I subscribe to. Anyway, I always repeat this at least 7 times, but it should be as many times as what feels good to you. Then say you understand this might be a safe space for them, but it's your house and your energy. They're not allowed to harm you in any way. After this, open all windows and doors and let the smoke leave your house. If the spirit is not of anything dark, it might stay, but change their behavior. Boundaries are important. They might not know why you're there and can be angry. If you tell them the energy in the house is yours and that they're not allowed to cause you harm or scare you, they can understand. They might not know what makes you uncomfortable. If this doesn't change it, I'd ask a medium for advice. So, not that I expect you to be aggressive with every single spirit ever, but Why are so many of y'all here trying to hold these spirits' hands and sing kumbaya with them? Like, it's just kind of fucking weird to me. Especially since y'all are like, oh, I don't want it to think it can stay. I don't want to, like, invite shit. Blah, 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 blah. I don't know. Because y'all are always like, oh, I don't want spirits. And then you just basically do stuff that makes it seem like you want spirit neighbors. Like, I don't understand it. Whatever. Anyway, I don't know if it's true or not, but I've heard warnings against burning sage unless you're experienced with spirits or preferably of indigenous descent. That was said by Click My Heels. Now that's not true. What I have specifically heard is that there are species of sage that are endangered and that, you know, you really have to be careful about sustainable growing and use, and that it's preferable that you do not use it because of those reasons. The other thing is, I think they're mistakenly saying that no one can use sage, but the thing is, you can't just say that you're smudging specifically because that's an indigenous practice. Because you can do smoke cleansing, but that's different from smudging. Those are two completely different practices. Someone else said to burn dried rosemary. Okay. Ooh, that's a nice statue. I'm just like, I don't understand. Why are y'all so soft about this? I mean, sometimes with spirits, just telling them to get the fuck out, or if you want to be super polite, please leave because it's your home. Sometimes that is enough, but sometimes you have to get some vinegar and lemon juice, or if you're going to use a dry mixture, some like cayenne pepper or something, and just like fling it in their eyes and be like, get the fuck out, you wispy motherfucker. That was actually a meme for a long time. Was it on TikTok? I think it was a TikTok meme specifically, where people would pretend to banish things by banging pots together and screaming at it. Just so you're aware, that is not a typical or endorsed banishing method. It is funny as hell, though. I will say that. It is funny as hell. Um, but that's not a typical or endorsed banishing method. I mean, if for some screwy reason it works for someone, then good for them. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. But that's not the way. That's not the way. No, but there are various banishing powders and banishing sprays that someone can make and basically just toss slash spray it. Like, I don't understand the need to be like, yeah, let's be friends if you don't want to be. You're not obligated to basically be their landlord. You can, in fact, just kick them out. Like, to be fair. Let's see what Magic Cat said. Magic Cat said, Spirit is just trying to vibe. Not always, my friend. And even if they are, it's your house. You're not obligated to live with them, just saying. Not everyone's comfortable living with spirits. That being said, if you cultivate relationships with spirits that mean you no harm and they actually like you, there's a good chance that if something malevolent does ever try to move in, that they will help protect you. So there is that to keep in mind as well. Like, yes, you're not obligated to host or entertain any spirit whatsoever in your space, but if you find some friendly and or benign ones who like you or your family, they might be willing to protect you later. So it could behoove you to befriend them. Ugh. Hmm. Hmm. Let's see. Hmm. What do you mean you already have one? You have a spirit in the new house already? For anyone who's not familiar, Magic Cat previously lived in a house that had some what's the word? Some regularly active spirits, but not in like a harmful or malicious way. Cuz I thought when we had last talked about the new house when you were moving that, there wasn't one. Is there one? Oh, your mother has a spirit that protects her and her family, which obviously includes you. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with making friends with spirits with the thought of like future backup and protection in mind. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. Like I said, it could behoove you to make friends with friendly and benign spirits. Um, because they could end up protecting you in the future if something ever does try to make a move on you in a bad way. Just saying. Wow, where the hell are the other objects? Mm. Well, we got two. Anyway, there's what do they mean spirit box question? No signature 166 says every time I do my spirit box at my house recently, it keeps saying this guy I know's name over and over again. We were recently involved, but I got scared of if I was doing the right thing and decided to give myself some time to think about it. What could this mean? That's a little weird that they just keep saying his name over and over, but it doesn't necessarily mean anything. Like it's not necessarily deep, if you know what I mean. I mean, for all you know, one or more spirits just likes him, or it could be a fucking coincidence. I don't know. Let's see. Any comments? Just OP saying that they haven't been able to find anything helpful and they want people to comment to help them. Hmm. I mean, that's understandable. Hold on. This is being stupidly stubborn. Because I want to see what the other comment is. There's only two comments, but the fossils can be kind of hard to dig out. Okay. All right, let's see. Maybe you can ask if they know that person. Could very well mean it's their own name or someone from the past. Ask more about this person, and later, if you don't get any answers stating that it's not that person, you can ask if it's the person you personally know. Then simply ask them why they're saying that name. Spirits have a hard time telling full stories. You have to guide them. I don't know, fam. Some of the shit spirits do is real fucking clear to me. Like, for instance, if there's a spirit that doesn't want you in a house and it says get out, there's not really that many ways to interpret that. Get out means get out. Like, just saying. Just being real. Anyway, let's move on. Let's see if there's something better. Hmm. My eyes are watering again, but to a lesser extent. Honestly, it's probably the eye strain. Ugh. Even though it's barely been an hour, it's probably eye strain. Hold on. Ugh. Don't know why I'm having sinus issues again. Okay, so the next one is my table moved, but I want to see what Magic Cat says first. Magic Cat said, "Aw, girl, I mixed emotions here. We already have one. Mom has a spirit that protects her and her family." Right, I read that line. "Girl, when we started moving out, the house felt strange, no spirit activity, and here is chill." Huh. Do you think the spirits moved with you, or do you think they were just sad you were leaving? Let's see if we can get down here. Maybe sad. Hmm. Yeah, because none of yours were, like, malicious or anything. I suppose it's fair if the spirit isn't doing anything that there's not necessarily a reason to kick them out. But I just also want to emphasize that you don't have to feel obligated to befriend every spirit just because it's a spirit. Especially since that attitude can be dangerous if you don't check first to make sure it's a non-malevolent spirit. Because there are spirits that can and will lie to you. So just saying. You're not obligated to befriend every spirit just because it's a spirit. But also, you don't have to kick them out if they're not doing anything wrong. But if they are doing something wrong, put your foot down. It is a little sad that Magic Cat Spirits got all sad. Okay. So let's see. Hellcat 28362 posted this 19 hours ago. And it says, I'm pretty sure this is my first credible paranormal experience. Let me give you details. Mm-hmm. Okay, let me see. I'm currently near New Bern, NC, and oh, really? I think that place was really flooded when that one hurricane went through. Anyway, let's see. I came down via train today to visit my cousins and family, and before the train, I had to stay at my uncle's place for a few days before I could get on the train at Penn Station with my mom and stepdad. My uncle's apartment is smallish, cozy, and when you walk in, there's a sort of living room kitchen area with the bathroom in it, and even my uncle's room. So it's all one room. On the left, though, there happens to be a room with two couches and a TV. This is where the problem lies. Hmm. Oh, damn it. Oh well. I eat there since there's no dining room and there's one square coffee table next to the the ab machine by the TV, and at night my uncle warmed up some linguine for me. They misspelled linguine, by the way, to eat before bed since I'd have to be there at 6:19 to catch the train from Penn Station to Wilson. When he put the linguine down on the table, I started eating, but he left the room rather for the kitchen or the bathroom. And what's the rather there? And as I continued eating, I was about to take a bite. When the table moved, it literally moved 2 inches toward me. So I ran out, and in 2 seconds, I was by the kitchen, and my uncle saw me run out. Um, and I acted like I was gonna eat something because I didn't want to tell him the table literally moved. Some of this doesn't make sense, but I think they were so panicked that they just were not in a good state to be writing. Like, some of this is just kind of written kind of wonky, and I can't quite understand it. Anyway, I went back in because he did and continued eating as if nothing happened, but he could obviously see I was scared because my hands were shaking and my legs were shaking and my heart was going 1,000 BPM, or at least it felt like it. What was worse was I had to sleep in the same room on the couch, so I covered my whole body and tried to forget it. It wasn't an illusion or anything, and I couldn't have moved it. My calves were up against the couch, and the table was a bit further away. Very creepy. Well, that's the thing, because some people are like, oh, well, maybe the table slid. Look, if the table slid because she accidentally leaned against it, it would have moved away from her, not toward her. Y'all skeptics never make sense when you try to deny shit. Quite literally, if it was going to move because she accidentally pushed it, it would move away from her, not closer. Some of y'all skeptics are so fucking dumb. Y'all don't even know how physics works. If she was pressing into it, it would move away. It would only move toward her if she pulled it. Jesus Christ. I get so frustrated with some skeptics. I'm just frustrated with the comments already. It's like, do you not know how physics works? Hold on. Okay, someone asked if it made a noise when it moved, and Hellcat said yes, it did. It made a screeching noise like someone pushed it, but no one did, obviously. It was wood flooring. Yeah, exactly. To move toward her, a force would have to push from the other side unless she was pulling it. I'm just saying, I can't even do physics, and it's the basics of physics. Like, just saying. Let's see. I think something tried to lure me into the woods tonight, posted 2 days ago. How long? Oh, okay, so this isn't that long. Cool. Mm, Now that I've gotten all of those glowing places, let me go to this room and then I will read the little this little story here. I will say that it may not have been something, it could have been someone. Because there are some nefarious ass human beings who are alive that are just shady as fuck, dodgy, suspicious, whatever you want to call it. Shouldn't be trusted. Shouldn't be trusted with themselves, let alone someone else. So, I'm just saying. Just because you heard or saw some shit don't mean it was a ghost. I mean, it could have been, but I feel like so many people neglect to think about the fact that murderers and human traffickers and assayers, they exist in the world, and just because you saw something shady in the woods doesn't mean it was a cryptid or a ghost or a demon or whatever. Like, it could have been someone who was trying to hurt you, like an alive human someone. So, just saying. I feel like people always neglect that possibility in favor of ghosts, but it could have been an actual person, a stalker, murderer, kidnapper, whatever out there, like beforehand, just depending on what happened. We'll say that. Or hell, it could have been an animal. It doesn't even have to be a person. Some animals are man eaters. Even if it's not something they do regularly. Out in the wild, you have to be opportunistic and eat what you can eat while you can eat it. So it could have been something trying to eat her too. Anyway, let's read this. I think something tried to lure me into the woods tonight. I can't sleep at all since this happened, and I'm honestly not sure who else to share this with because I think I'll sound crazy. But I have to get this out there because it's been running through my head and I'm chilled and mortified. Um, do y'all actually know what mortified means when you use it? Because that's. Hmm. I'll have to keep reading to see if they're actually using it correctly. Anyway, I live on this big piece of sort of small farmland, quotes, with two homes. The house my husband and I live in and the house that is owned by his grandparents, a short walking distance away. We have a lot of woods surrounding our land and we get a lot of woodland animals that come through our yard a lot. It's one thing I really love about living here. Well, it's one thing that could be really dangerous about living there, not gonna cap. Like, just saying. I feel like y'all could easily stumble out and see like wolves and bears and it's fucking Bigfoot. Like, you know what I mean? Like animals, cryptids, you know, humans waiting in the woods. Yeah, it could. It's it's not necessarily a ghosty. Just saying. Honestly, depending on the spirit, that might be the most benign option considering how fucking crazy some humans are. Just saying. Let's read the rest of this though. There's a groundhog family I got to watch grow up that live by one of our sheds that mind their own business and don't bother any of the small crops my husband's nana grows. Anyway, our dogs kind of just know the territory and walk around freely between our two homes in the large field. I'm going to cut in just to say I hope that you are vaccinating your dogs and giving them flea and tick treatment if you're just going to let them wander around in the wild blue yonder in these fucking woods and fields. Because that sounds like a recipe for ticks, fleas, fucking mange, whatever. Like, I hope y'all are giving them treatments and that they're up to date on vaccinations. Like, I don't think I need to remind everyone of fucking Cujo for us to realize that animals getting their vaccinations, especially for rabies, is super important. It kind of skews me out. That skews me out more than the thought that her woods is haunted or she has a stalker. Because, like, she wouldn't necessarily know that her animal had gotten infected. So it's kind of just like, this is really dangerous, huh, babe? Anyway, I guess you could call them farm dogs, but they don't really do anything. My dog is three-legged. Aww. A three-legged 15-year-old chihuahua that manages to get around better than me somehow. And Nana's really fat beagle who would lick you to death. Aww! Your dogs are so tiny and cute. And why does this fucking pincer not want to be caught? Do I have anything beyond a super potion? I have a max potion. And I have one hyper potion. Might use the max potion. Anyway, let's see. Da 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 da. Okay, we're also dog sitting my mother-in-law's big dog for 4th of July weekend since she's going to be somewhere with lots of fireworks. He really doesn't like them and he's familiar with our home. Fair. Last night I came out of the bathroom and the big dog starts freaking out. Whining, howling, kind of stomping his feet like he wants to show me something, if that makes sense. This isn't really unusual for him because he gets really mouthy when he wants outside, so I started going towards the door, which then he started gesturing with his head towards. This is so stupid. So I opened the wooden door before our screen door and he just froze in our kitchen like a statue. My dog then came up behind him and froze too. They stared directly at me and turned their head towards the door in sync like they were gesturing for me to go outside. That was so uniform. I don't know how to describe it. It just felt so wrong for them to do, but at the same time, I assumed maybe there was a skunk outside or something. Fuck that. If there's a skunk outside, I'm sure as shit not going. I'm not gonna be the one getting fucking sprayed. No, no. Nay, nay, baby boys, baby girls. No, thank you. I'm not getting sprayed and having to bathe in tomato juice and smell like shit for a month. No, thank you. Mm-mm. I ain't going outside for that. I'll just tell them to shut the fuck up and go to bed if it's actually a skunk. No, thank you. Anyway, I went out onto the porch to see our grand neighbor's dog sitting happily on our porch, which made me relax a little. There were very distant sounds of fireworks, so I thought maybe that's what our dogs were on edge about. Then the fat beagle on the porch did the same thing. I think we're gonna have to run. Or somehow manage to crush it. I thought we'd be able to catch it. But it's just not. I mean, it's my decision, but I don't think we're gonna be able to do much else. Do we have an item that would assist in leaving? Because I know, for instance, there's little. There are polka dolls. That's what they're called. Are they in this game? I feel like they're a part of this game. Are they not a part of this game? I can't remember. I think polka dolls are a part of this game. I just don't think we have one. I don't know if quick attack will be enough. Oh, it was. Okay. Oh, she got a crit. Okay, that makes sense. I was like, I didn't think quick attack was strong enough for that. But yeah, that's not really your decision to make, especially since it's a very rare spawn. But I didn't really have a choice here. It doesn't spawn often. It's harder to get. I think there's only. Oh, there's more than one entrance? Either that or I came out of the same thing. No, there's more than one entrance. Oh, okay. I didn't realize there were that many entrances. Okay. Mm, I think I can get to all of them from here. I should be able to get to all of them from here. Excuse me. Anyway, I went out onto the porch to see our grand neighbor's dog sitting happily on the porch. I don't know why they keep saying on the porch so many times in the same sentence. We get that you're on the motherfucking porch. Where else would you be? On the Titanic? Like what? Why do you say it like 5 times in the same sentence? That's annoying. Which made me relax a little. They're very distant sounds of fireworks. So I thought maybe that's what our dogs were on edge about. Then the fat beagle on the porch did the same thing. Okay? Looked at me, nodded his head towards the woods like a suggestion. It's kind of weird. It sounds more like they were warning you of something's presence than encouraging you to go there. You just sound like a white girl in a horror movie. Oh, they're warning me of something. I must go see it. No, you must not. Like, what the fuck? Are you crazy? Nope, no thank you. Anyway. Mm, oh. Hmm. Damn it. 1/4 away. Anyway, da 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 da. Here we go. looked at me, nodded his head towards the woods like a suggestion. I noticed he was sitting uncharacteristically still and wasn't panting and snorting like he usually does. Okay, that gives me a very accurate picture of this dog. Walked to the edge of the porch and looked around for a bit. Eventually, my eyes landed at this one spot, a perfect hole between the trees that allowed me to stare back deeper into the woods a little. And in that spot, I saw a pair of eyes open and blink at me. Hell no. Because my first thought would not be a fucking, it would not be a ghost. I would be like, holy shit, there's a bear, a mountain lion, a wolf, a something that is trying to hunt me and my dogs, and we need to get the fuck away. That's what I would be thinking. I would be thinking about getting the shotgun. Because I would be thinking, I'm about to be attacked by a bear, I'm about to be attacked by a wolf, I'm about to be attacked by a coyote, a bobcat, whatever's in your area. Like, fuck that. A lynx, I don't know. Nope. Or depending what part of the world you're in, a tiger or a lion or something. I would not be like, oh yeah, obviously it's a Sasquatch. Nope! Absolutely not! Hell no. Because it doesn't sound like it's human. So I would automatically assume it's something that's hunting me or my dogs. Fuck that. Fuck that noise. No thank you. Hell no. Magic Cat would get fucking eaten. You'd probably think it's a rabbit or something. I'm sitting here thinking, what is hunting my dogs? What is hunting my family? No. No. Nay, nay. Hell no. I mean, I suppose it could end up as one of those little happy stories where you find E.T. in the bushes, but to me, it just sounded like Home Slice was about to get eaten. Like, fuck that. Fuck that. I love how Magic Cat's like, oh, it's a raccoon, let's be friends. I'm like, first of all, raccoons are one of the animals that commonly get rabies, so that doesn't mean you can be friends. Second of all, if it's not something that's big enough to eat you, I'd be worried about a raccoon going through my trash. So no imminent danger, but very annoying. Anyway, let me continue reading. The rest is kind of a haze. I just remember thinking, you need to go to the woods over and over. Oh, hell no. That sounds like some kind of mental compulsion. While urging myself not to do it, like having a battle with a rope pulling me, it suddenly looked like there was grass that was laid perfectly for me to walk on, like I could point out spots that had been tread on by feet before. The best way I can describe it is like that one um Junji Ito story about the fault where people were lured into their holes. It was like there was a path made for me to walk to this pair of white eyes staring at me from the woods. Magic Cat would absolutely get murdered or eaten. Magic Hat thinks everything is your friend until proven otherwise. I'm the opposite. I'm like, everything is an enemy until proven friendly. And that sounded shady as shit and like some kind of mental compulsion. Fuck that. Now OP's talking about how they felt like they were mentally compelled to walk into the woods and like something was pulling them and luring them. And Magic Hat's sitting here like, yeah, let's befriend it. No? My husband noticed something was amiss, I guess because he heard the door open and wasn't sure where I was. I always tell him when I go outside to read sit on the porch for a while, and I just kind of heard him behind me go, "What are you doing?" I remember saying, "I'm just looking." I specifically remember saying that. I would bet money on it that those words left my mouth. My husband kind of started getting worried and started guiding me inside, but I remember saying, "I'm just looking." He finally ushered me inside and shut the door, turned around wide-eyed and kind of questioned, you do not need to go out into the woods?" I was really confused. From what I remembered, from his perspective, what he should have seen was me standing on the porch staring into the woods. I never mentioned anything about walking out there, just had the sensation I should move. It was then he told me apparently I kept looking out like I was in a trance and saying different variations of I need to walk into the woods for a little bit. I have no recollection of this at all. I have had weird things happen to me before, but this truly fills me with dread. I don't understand what happened, and I'm honestly really frightened about any of us going alone for a bit. Excuse me, going outside alone for a bit. I really, really feel like there's something trying to lure us into the woods. Exactly, Magic Cat. Magic Cat says, quote, I would be scared but curious. Yeah, and you'd be the first one to die in a horror movie. You're literally acting like the white cheerleader who's like always like, oh my god, what's that noise? Let's go check it out. No! That's how you get murdered! Are you kidding me? I love how Magic Cat's like, I would have gone. I'm like, yeah, and you would have disappeared too, dumbass. No, that's how you get fucking abducted. Or eaten. Or worse! It could have just been an animal at first, is what I was thinking. But after this, I'm like, no, that's some kind of spirit or an alien or the Fae or some kind of weird cryptid. Absolutely not. Hell no. It was literally entrancing her. It was enthralling her. That's some Urkling shit right there, although they usually do it with kids. That's no. No, thank you. No. I can't believe after literally hearing that it entrances people to lure them into the woods alone, Magic Cat's like, it's a friend! Sweetheart, I think your definition of friend in danger more closely aligns with Rubius Hagrid than normal people. But that shit sounds like it wanted to lure you out to eat your soul or something. Like, are you kidding me? I can't even. Also, as a side note, oh, I was gonna say, we're probably not gonna find the rest of this shit. Yeah, there's something else here, but I doubt we'll find it. I don't know. I don't think we have enough time. Oh! Oh. Well, we found it, but we're not gonna unearth it in time, are we? Yeah, I didn't think so. Magic Hat says, trust me, it takes a lot of power to resist. Resist what? Being the first person to die in a horror movie sequence? Not really. You could just, I don't know, not investigate? The fuck? What is wrong with y'all? The Magic Hat says I could go hide under the bed. Honestly, in this situation, hiding under the bed is definitely the safe option. I don't know what that was, but whatever OP was dealing with was not human. Or animal. Like, if it had just been eyes and none of that other shit had happened, I would have been like, oh, it's a black bear. Oh, it's a stalker or something. No! It tried to entrance her and lure her in and was using mind control magic. Fuck that shit. I mean, I suppose if you believe in aliens or cryptids, it could have been one of those, but it just sounds like some kind of monster or spirit, possibly the Fae. Like, fuck that. That sounds like some shit where you disappear and get your soul eaten. Or you become enslaved. Or you just get murdered. Like, as you said, sus monster. That just sounds sus. Magic Cat's like, let's check it out. I'm like, let's not. Ah, fuck that. Fuck that. Fuck that. Mm-mm. This is why it's important to make sure that you're protected both physically and spiritually slash mentally. Like, fuck that noise. That's too much. That's not okay. Mm-mm. As you said, sus. I love how someone said, of course it's Virginia. That state is too damn creepy. Love this. King Moonracer 20 said, this is terrifying. I hope it's temporary and moves on. What state do you live in, if you don't mind me asking? I'm gonna go up to a Pokemon Center, because, oh, wait a minute. I was going to go up to a Pokemon Center, but I will have to unearth all of this before I do. Afterwards, I will go up. Just because they got kind of beat up by that pincer. What'd you say? I'm not checking it. I'm dragging my dog away and hiding under my BF. Please, for real. Okay, I changed my mind. Even Magic Cat has come around to realize that shit was creepy as fuck and would probably lead to being murdered. Thank you. That's what I'm saying. Some people have just, I don't get it. No danger sense, no sense of self-preservation, but even Magic Cat is like, actually, that sounds terrifying. Thank you. I was like, am I gonna have to work hard to keep my new internet friend from being mauled to death by some eldritch creature? Because thinking you can automatically make friends with everything is both very naive and very dangerous. It's definitely a good way to get spirited away to the spirit world, or just brutally murdered. Just saying. Anyway, King Moonracer said this is terrifying. Wait, no, I read that. Spooky Penguin, who is OP, said, "I'm in Virginia. I'm hoping the same. I'm just kind of acknowledging that it happened, that it's just something doing its thing and letting whatever it was go on its way, kind of like how bears pass through there sometimes." Thought Goblin says, "Of course this was in Virginia. This state is so damn creepy." Mannequin Gothic said, "I'm from Germany, so I have no idea about US states, but what's special about Virginia? Besides all of the battlefields and plantations? I don't know. The South is just very fucking haunted." Thought Goblin said, "Specifically with regard to paranormal stuff, Virginia is sort of a hot spot, with lots of Revolutionary and Civil War battlefields. Exactly. Not to mention cities of colonies and many murders of indigenous people. There are tons of ghosts, sure. Not to mention indigenous spirits, and I don't mean spirits of dead Native Americans. I mean the spirits of the land that were here before the colonizers came. The spirits that all of us knew about before y'all decided to murder us. I don't mean the spirits of our dead ancestors. I mean the spirits in our various folklores and religions that y'all tried to stomp out knowledge about that should not be engaged with by humankind. Those kinds of spirits. And, there are also spirits that could and should be engaged with by humankind that were, our personal familiar spirits that are probably not super stoked about all the shit that happened on the land. There's that too. Anyway, I'm just gonna continue. Thought Goblin has a really long response. Well, long for a comment. It's not like it's like pages and pages. It's just a couple paragraphs. "By far the creepiest part of Virginia is the western part when you get to the Appalachian Mountains. The Appalachians are crazy old, older than the Atlantic Ocean, older than bones. Lots of time for various entities to set up shop, and not all of them are friendly." Thank you! Exactly. Exactly. "I've heard more stories than I can count of something trying to lure people into the woods, appearing outside houses, messing with your head, etc. Sometimes it's a bobcat, but sometimes it's something more sinister." Exactly. Exactly. Rule number one of visiting Appalachia: don't go into the woods at night, no matter what or who you hear calling. Even if it sounds like someone you know calling your name, you stay put. Maybe especially then. Even the harshest skeptics I know won't mess with this stuff. Exactly. This is what I'm saying. We have some places that are just super, they're known for activity. Not necessarily of human ghosts, although also that, but America has spirits that are older than the foundation of Christianity, Islam, and Judaism. And not all of them like you. So, just saying. Not all of them are friendly towards humans. Or each other. So, yeah, just saying. Some old ass shit. It just pains me that a lot of the people that were here first had ways of dealing or not dealing with these spirits that have potentially been lost over time because of ethnocide and genocide. And it's just like, some of these spirits are really dangerous, and there are so few people, too few people, who know how to deal with them, or even what they are, or what their names are. Some of their names may have been lost to time. There are probably ethnic groups that no longer exist who knew what to do or not to do around these spirits, and that knowledge is just lost. And now y'all are getting possessed and shit because of it. Like, just saying. I never want to meet a spirit like that. I just want to know from a spiritual, folkloric, religious, whatever point of view, what the hell kind of spirit that was. And not from the weird, like, Christianity perspective where everyone assumes that it's either God or a demon. Like, no, this is older than your religion. I want to know what the spirit is, but I never actually want to deal with it. I just. I wish there were some indigenous people who could chime in on these more often and be like, oh yeah, that sounds like XYZ. You should do or not do XYZ. Because it would be so nice to know, like, what that is without actually ever dealing with it. Because no one wants to deal with that shit. Okay, so 4 confirmed. So let's see. Let me finish reading the rest of, what was their name again? Thought Goblin. Okay. Mhm. Oh no, I finished it. Mannequin Gothic? Yeah. Instead of Gothic, they've spelled it funny. Instead of spelling it as Gothic, it's spelled as like Gothic. You know, like Monique. The ending IQUE. Yeah, it's funny. Anyway, thanks for the in-depth explanation. Reminds me of how the Alps and Black Forest here in Germany have a lot of folklore surrounding them. Yep, makes sense. Very ancient place, been there for a long ass time, old ass spirits. Yep, very comparable. I agree. Definitely reminds you of some Black Forest shit. Maybe not exactly the same, but like similar vibe of just this is very old. This has been here forever. This has been here since before the last three religious waves went through. This is old. Yeah, exactly. Let's see. There seems to be correlation between mountain ranges and spooky stuff. Yeah, why is that? Just because the land tends to be so old? And now Magic Hat has a headache for some reason. Damn it, we didn't get that one fully unearthed. Um, as for woods, I mentioned this already somewhere else, but I'll say it again because it fits. I find it fascinating that during the day, woods can be some of the most peaceful and magical, almost whimsical places in the world, while at night they radiate danger and have a sinister aura around them. Thought Goblin said, I was going to mention the Black Forest, but I wasn't sure I knew enough about the lore. And yeah, it's very fascinating. I think about it every time I go camping and feel so calm and relaxed during the day, then freak out at every sound and movement in the trees at night. What's the point of going camping in the forest? I just don't understand it. That just sounds like a way to disappear. Ruby Red Starfish said, I've heard a lot of sinister slash scary experiences during the day. Actually, I think most of my paranormal experiences with the woods have happened during the day. Really? I guess I shouldn't be totally surprised that some stuff was active during the day, but most of everything I've heard of is always at night. Or during a liminal time. You know, like dawn or dusk. Or midnight or midday, something like that, you know. Not necessarily like night night or day day, but interesting. Interesting. Let me finish. I don't think we're gonna find the other shit. Damn, I don't know where the other shit was. Anyway, let's see. Let me finish reading this. I've spent a lot of time in different woods at night, and I don't think I've ever been so scared as I have been by the things I've seen, heard, or felt during the day. I wonder if the region makes a difference. Then someone just asked them to share. Um, message far 5797. That's a weird ass name to have. Not gonna cap. What do I do for? I thought clicking that would let me go up, but oh, there we go. Or couldn't remember how to go up. Message far 5797 says, honest question, why am I one of those people who always walks through the woods late at night, often in the very dark, and finds it peaceful? And nothing has ever happened. Wandering Boone said, agreed. I currently live on a farm in a neighboring state bordered by thick woods. I also grew up in a rural area, so I'm used to this. Do not go outside after dark, and do not go into the woods, especially don't even look into them. You are safe in your house because what is out there cannot cross unless you invite it in. But all bets are off in the woods. Yeah, 'cause it's their territory. I walk around the land in daylight and it's fine, except I keep an eye out for snakes, but never walk after sundown. Even as the sun is setting, it gets eerie. If you hear sounds of humans or small animal cries from the woods or tree line, ignore it as the sounds are not real and get distorted in there. Just don't look into the woods at all in the dark. No good can come of it. Sounds odd, I know, but it is just our instinct and what people generally know that live in these areas. Yeah, exactly. They know better. Which makes it vastly hilarious that all horror movies always start off with outsiders coming into some random woods, mountains, campground, whatever. Because they don't know any better. They don't know better. Or they don't take it seriously. But the people who live there are absolutely always like, nope, that's not how you behave here. Anyway, what did Magic Cat say before I read more of the comments about the spooky, creepy woods? What would you recommend for learning languages? Any tips? As in which languages to learn or which resources to use? I used to use Duolingo so much for everything, but after the latest update, it's absolute crap and I wouldn't recommend it to anyone. You literally could not pay me to recommend Duolingo now. Literally, if my first sponsorship was from Duolingo, I would turn them down because I can't recommend them anymore. I think that they used to be good, but they just slowly devolved to get progressively worse and worse, and now it's just a steaming garbage pile of shit. There are a lot of channels on YouTube though, especially if you want listening practice. Like, I know some people will go to a specific channel because the person teaches you like colors and numbers, but what I'm talking about specifically, for instance, is listening to things in your target language. For instance, there are a few people I follow on YouTube who their focus isn't to teach Spanish, they're just Spanish language YouTubes. So I will go and I will listen to their YouTube and just try to use it as listening practice. Albeit, I have been very lax lately, so I'm kind of like disappointed with myself. But that is one resource. What the hell? There's also this thing, I think it was called Radio Garden. Let me see. Is it still up? Because, like, a friend of a friend told me about it once. And I'm pretty sure it's the one where you get to listen to different radio stations from around the world, which would also be good for listening practice. And then there are several apps for chatting or language exchange that you can use for getting speaking practice. There's also, I don't remember the name of the website, but it has a bunch of older books that have been translated into multiple languages, so that you can use it as speaking practice. But you can also use Wikipedia as reading practice, if you know enough words, because there are articles written in different languages. Like, for instance, there are various Spanish language versions of different articles, and there are also Esperanto ones. I would imagine just because of the number of people that speak Polish that there are some in Polish. Excuse me. I mean, if there are articles in Esperanto, because it's a small but very vibrant, very active community, then there absolutely have to be ones in, for instance, Polish or Italian or Catalan or what's the language called? Frisian or whatever. Like, I'm just saying, Estonian. So let's see. Here's a link to Radio Garden. Um, I could probably look around on Tumblr at the different Langlers, or at least ask in a a language learning server, or a Langler server, to see if anyone has any suggestions on what Polish language YouTubers to listen to for different topics. Because, like, for instance, one of the Spanish YouTubes I listen to is by Yuya, and she just does like lifestyle stuff. Am I super into it? No, but is it good for practice? Yes. So I hope that answers your question. Bye. What's another good free resource? That's what I would recommend. Just as free resources that are available to anyone. And I know this isn't the like main topic of our stream, but well, my friend did ask and I wanted to deliver. If you're primarily nervous about speaking, do you know anyone who speaks Polish and won't judge you or make fun of you for messing up? Because I know for a lot of people, one of the main hurdles is messing up in front of people, which is why I don't usually engage in Spanish conversation, because I have that issue too. But that's why it was always easier to talk to my grandmother because I knew Abuela wasn't gonna judge me for fucking up. Um, but I was afraid some random stranger looking at dresses would. Especially since when you're Latinx, people always expect you to just inherently speak Spanish, and it always makes you feel really self conscious and embarrassed when you can't speak your own language. So, I don't know why, but my brain wants to name him Dice. Does it make any sense whatsoever? No, but it's what popped into my head, so his name is Dice. I mean, how did you end up learning English so well? What did you do to learn English? I know you probably learned it in school, but like, surely you had to practice in class or even outside of school, correct? Do you ever speak to your, siblings or cousins in English? I think you speak to your BF in English. And your English is always good on here. I suppose, even though it's more like writing speaking instead of like word of mouth speaking, you could always find twitches in that language as well. You could probably find some Polish language YouTubes that would help. Hmm? Oh, it's the spear guy. No, bye. Is it down further? There we go. Definitely free resources. Um, there's this app slash website called Memrise. Then I told you about Radio Garden. I told you that you could always use YouTube as a free resource. You could always use Wikipedia as a free resource. You can always, if you have access to them, news articles in that language as a resource. And hilariously, even though no one talks about it, you can also always use fan fiction as a resource. I'm not telling you to use it for your grammar and spelling practice, but just so if you find native speakers, just trying to get a sense of how the words flow and, how people tend to speak, even if their punctuation and spelling is terrible. Because books will teach you how to speak to the most proper extent, but it won't tell you how people speak on the street, which is often more useful than sounding like a textbook, if you know what I mean. Like, if someone wanted to be really proper in English, they could be like, um, salutations, could I inquire about your health and well being this day? Which is super proper and no one talks like that. Is it all correct? Yes, but does anyone talk like that? No. Most people would be like, hey yo, what's up? So much more casual, but most people talk like that. Most people aren't going to be like, greetings, if you know what I mean. Textbooks will teach you the most proper way, but oftentimes if you talk exactly like that, you're gonna sound like some kind of stuck up prick. Just saying. I feel like they've gotten better though, because they've included stuff like "que tal," like "what's up." I remember "que tal" being in my Spanish textbook, where it explained that it was more like "what's up," but it's a greeting. They were like, yeah, it's more casual, but it's a greeting. Like, obviously, you wouldn't necessarily say that to your doctor or your professor, but since most people are not going to be your doctor or professor, it makes sense to know how to talk to people casually but still respectfully. Anyway, I want to get back to the. I'll try to share other resources with you later. Let me see if. I used to be in a much bigger group and I left and now I can't find them again and I hate that I left. It's so frustrating. Um, Let me try to find some of the ones that I've seen floating around. I need to have a little break anyway because I need to go to the bathroom and my legs are cramping. But when we get back, we'll talk about the creepy, spooky woods, and hopefully, I'll have more resources for you. I also need to make sure I put what resources I do link or talk about into the Discord we're in. So I'll be right back. I've returned. Went to the bathroom, took a short walk, and then I had to deal with some laundry because I didn't want it to get all mildewy and weird. I brought some chips just in case I wanted a snack, but I don't particularly feel like eating them, so that's interesting. Anyway, hmm, hmm. The saddest panda says, "Wait, what happens if you look into the woods at night?" And then the Hector says, "I'm guessing the guy is saying that by looking at the woods at night, you may be acknowledging what is out there, maybe looking back at you." I mean, he could be saying that, or he could just be saying, "Don't look because it's easier to get entranced" or something. For anyone who was not here the first time, it's comments on that story about that person who was clearly getting entranced. Hmm. Umbra Sanguis says, "As someone who really Shadowblood, who said, as someone who lives in those mountains, it's a wild place at night and hella active. They're the oldest mountains in the world, like you alluded to. Oldest mountains in the world, eh? I don't know if they're actually the oldest in the world, but they're pretty fucking old. Well, it's got to be in one of these corners. Oh, wait a minute. There we go. Mm, Impression Afraid 9705 said, actually, the mountain range of Barberton, I have no idea how to pronounce that, in South Africa is the oldest in the world. Then someone else said, Six Pack Attack said, older than the rings of Saturn. Um, yeah, I can't read their username, but they said that basically that they're from Kentucky and they absolutely agree that the Appalachian Mountains are mysterious beyond almost anything that they've experienced. There's so much energy in and around them. They feel as ancient as they are. Appalachian folklore is fascinating. The mountains hold another world. Then someone said they're not going hiking there anymore. And Ruby Red Starfish said, "Was that something you considered? After reading so many stories about the Appalachians, I came to the conclusion a long time ago myself never to hike there." LMAO, yeah, they're kind of right. It's like, why did it take you this long to figure out this is kind of a place you shouldn't be hiking? They're just like, they realized this years and years ago. Shouldn't you have known better by now? There we go. Someone said I kind of did. LMAO. Okay. So Niflm says, I've heard stories about people hearing their names being called, and it sounded like people they knew. Everyone says it's a Native American spirit whose name is not meant to be said out loud. Starts with a W. Um, that it does it to lure people into the forest. Now I have no idea if that's true, but makes sense. Leon was fighting a stray cat. Why would you let him do that? I really don't understand some of the logic. Like, first of all, cat wounds, especially bite wounds, can easily get horribly infected, whether or not it's a human or another cat getting bitten. Second of all, didn't you say you didn't know if he's had any vaccinations, and you're letting him fight with some random animal that could have rabies? Also, what is the whole point of emphasizing so much about cleanliness and culture and then letting your animals randomly interact with wild animals and strays? It's kind of weird and counterintuitive. How the hell does your cat get outside without you knowing? Well, I guess it could have escaped, but when one of our cats that ran away got out, we knew immediately. I'm just so confused. I don't know, I'm just fully horrified. So there's supposed to be something else here, but I'm definitely not finding it at this point. That's another thing that doesn't make sense, because if you know you have animals, why would you leave the back door open? That's so frustrating. I feel like I'd be really mad at him, honestly, but I have no say over your feelings. I'm just saying if it were me, I would be. I'd be pissed the fuck off. Who randomly leaves the door open for your literal baby animal to get out? That's just doesn't make sense. And your leg is still trying to heal so you don't move much. Why isn't he locked in your room with you then? I don't know. It's just a lot that doesn't make sense to me, but I don't know. Maybe I'm being weird. I feel like if I knew I couldn't move, I'd make sure I was sitting almost, not literally, but like in a metaphorical sense, making sure I was right on top of him and that he never left my sight if I knew I couldn't move. But I don't know. I'm also really paranoid, so um maybe that seems excessive for other people, but yeah, I feel like I would have made sure he never left my sight if I knew I couldn't even move to chase after him. But yeah, I'm really paranoid too, so I'm paranoid to the extent that I will not leave my window open, even though we have a screen. I won't leave my window open if I can't be in the room with my cats, because I'm afraid, A, that they're going to natural selection themselves out of existence by jumping at the screen and then falling 3 stories or whatever to their deaths, or B, that something like a bat will get in while I'm gone, bite them, and make them sick. I'm just really paranoid, so I would have just been on top of him the entire time. Not literally. I just mean I wouldn't have let him out of my sight. I don't know. You're saying that like there's something wrong with him being confined to one room. It's not like he's being chained up in a 1 inch cage. He's not gonna suffer by being kept to your room for a week. Jesus Christ. Not to mention the fact that he's a baby. What he doing? What he doing that he need to go out? Like what? What he doing? He ain't got that much to do. He's a baby. That don't even make any sense. Oh no, the horror. He's in your room. I don't know. I think I just see things differently. Because our cats don't come downstairs because we don't want them to mess up the furniture, so they're kept upstairs. It's not like they're suffering. If they were suffering, believe me, they would not be getting the zoomies at 2, 3, 4 o'clock, waking us up, running around as fast as possible, fighting, whatever. Not like fighting, but play fighting, jumping up and down off of stuff, running around and pretending to hunt stuff. They're not suffering. They're always active and playing. Let me tell you. Not to mention the fact that there's a little bird feeder attached to the window, so all the birds come there to eat, and their minds are kept active too because they get to watch the birds and bugs that come to the window. It's not like they're suffering. They're not caged up. They're just confined to one part of the house. They still play. They still run around. They still sunbathe. They still watch the birds. They still fucking hunt, spiders or whatever. It's not like they're suffering. So I don't understand why he couldn't have just been confined to one part of the house. But maybe that's me. Maybe that's me. But again, I'm also really paranoid, and I wouldn't have left the literal baby unsupervised, animal or not. It's still a baby. And I would have felt weird leaving him unsupervised. I remember the summer that we got our oldest boy. I was still a student. But obviously, because of my hours, I was home more often than my husband, who was, not my husband at the time, because we weren't married. So I spent a lot of every day with him when I wasn't in class, or doing homework, and then we just chilled and I played with him. It's not like he was suffering. Of course, you know, he was still itty bitty. I feel like they took him away from his mother too early, but he wasn't nearly as young as yours, but still pretty young. He didn't like being left alone to begin with. No matter where I went in the apartment, he was always right up my ass. I mean, considering the fact that he's not going to be fully grown or physiologically mature until after a year, yes, he's a baby. Because he's not going to be fully mature. Unless he's older than you told me, because you told me he was a kitten. And if he's a kitten, then he's not physiologically mature. Also, if it's just the like twining and playing, that's not flirting. And mounting can just be explained as dominance behavior. Is he over a year old? Is he a year or two old? Because if it's just like, oh, he's 6 months old, he's still a baby. 6 months, 8 months, whatever. But yeah, I also always find it weird that people just randomly let their animals roam. And then they be getting upset when their animal gets stolen or hit by a car or poisoned or something. And I'm like, you literally left them unattended for hours outside. What did you expect? It's not the cat's fault. They don't know any better. Or the dog's fault or whatever. Y'all the one letting them roam this left, right, center, this, that, and the third. Like, oh my god, my dog got hit by a car. And you left him out for 12 hours alone, didn't you? Like, I don't know why people are always like, oh my god, this horrible thing happened. Yeah, because you left him unattended. Duh. You're just supposed to be watching him, taking care of him. Like, what the fuck? I get continually frustrated by that. It's not like I'm saying they deserve for something to happen. I just don't understand why they're shocked when something does. It's like you literally left them unattended all day and let them roam everywhere. Of course something happened to them. Duh. Same reason you don't let little kids wander off on their own, because someone will snatch them. Duh. Of course you shouldn't let your dog wander around in the street. It ups the chance they'll get hit by a car or stolen. Like, I don't understand how people don't connect these two things. If you don't want your dog or cat stolen or hit by a car, maybe keep them inside or at least in your yard? I don't understand the mental disconnect where people don't seem to understand that leaving their animal unattended allows things to happen to them. Like, sure, I don't really trust people and I'm a little paranoid, but I feel like it's just common sense that letting your dog run in the street means they have a higher chance of being hit by a car. As an example. I'm not talking about you because you don't have a dog, but I've just heard people talk about before how their dog got hit by a car, and I'm like, aren't you the one that let your dog wander the whole neighborhood and run in the road? Of course he got hit by a car. Like, I don't understand the disconnect. Like, yeah, of course that happened. Duh. It's not like they know any better. It's not like they can really take care of themselves properly. Oh my god, or when someone was upset that their cat got taken away by a hawk, I'm like, aren't you the one that left them outside alone, unattended? Of course they got fucking preyed on. You left them out there. They're pets, not wild animals. It's just always wild to me. I never said you did. You're not listening. Never said you had a dog. I said it's an example. I've literally heard people talk about how they're so upset their dog got hit by a car, yet they're the one that let their dog walk in the street and wander unattended without them. It always boggles my mind. I'm just like, it just feels stupid. It just feels stupid, honestly. And it's like, of course the damn dog got hit by a car. You let it wander around in the street unattended. Yeah, it just doesn't make sense to me. Why are people like this? I just don't understand how people will be like, yeah, I left them unattended for 12 hours, then have shocked Pikachu face when or if something happens to them. That's all I'm saying. It just doesn't make sense to me. They'll be like, oh my god, my cat or rabbit or chihuahua or whatever got taken by a hawk or a coyote. And I'm like, did you leave them outside unattended? And they're like, yeah. And I'm like, that's why. Like, I'm not saying you deserve it. I'm just saying, what did you expect to happen? Like, I just don't get it. Or when people will be like, such and such poisoned my dog. I'm like, did you leave their bowl outside? Yeah. Well, that's why. I mean, yes, they wouldn't have gotten poisoned if your neighbor wasn't a piece of shit. But also, if you knew your neighbor was a piece of shit, why give them easy access to the watering bowl? Like, it just doesn't make sense. I mean, if they're truly an evil piece of shit, they're probably going to break into someone's house to poison someone's dog anyway. But why make it easier why make it easier for them to do that? Why leave it outside unattended? The watering bowl, I mean. Like, I've heard stories of people being like, my neighbor poisoned my dog. I'm like, you knew your neighbor didn't like your dog and let you gave them unimpeded access to your dog's food and drink. It's not the dog's fault. They're an animal. They don't know better. Like, I just don't understand this. It seems like it's basic care for the animal to keep them away from danger since they don't know better and they're not smart enough to know better. Like, it drives me nuts. It's one of my pet peeves. I'm just tired of people saying like, yeah, my cat, my rabbit, my chihuahua, whatever, got taken off by a hawk or a coyote, and it's like you literally leave them alone for hours unattended. What did you think would happen? These are pets, not wild animals. Not to mention the fact they're so small and can't defend themselves against large predators. Like, I just don't. How are people this shocked? How are they shocked when shit happens? The animals don't know better. As the more intelligent being that knows better, we're supposed to take care of them. I don't get it. Oh, I'm definitely ranting, but it's one of the things that pisses me off the most. I don't even understand why they go through the effort of whining and crying about it when they could have done better and chose not to. Like, it's literally your fault. It's like, well, for in the dog example, the damn dog wouldn't even be hit by a car if it wasn't fucking outside on its own. If it was in the house or in the yard or in the shed or wherever the hell you keep your dog, that wouldn't have happened. Just saying. Dog didn't know better. Dog doesn't understand about cars. Humans are the ones that know better and are supposed to be taking care of it and keeping it safe and who are responsible for it as if it were a child. Like, I don't get it. Like, obviously, y'all can't see the future, but that's the point. You can't see the future. You don't know what's going to happen, so why would you leave them vulnerable? Like, they're not as intelligent as us. They're not able to take care of themselves or defend themselves against so many things. Why make them more vulnerable? I just don't get it. I'm like, I feel bad for the animals who get hurt in these situations. I'm just so tired of their owners whining after the fact about how their dog got hit by a car or their cat got stolen by a hawk. And it's like, you had the chance to protect them and you chose not to. I don't want to hear it. Like, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear your tears. I don't want to hear it. I warned y'all before, y'all didn't listen, and now your dog is, DEAD. What am I supposed to do about that? Go cry on your own. Like, I'm tired of it. I'm tired. I just don't understand people being like, oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, well, you knew beforehand and you made a poor choice. Like, the animal doesn't know better. The animal's just busy being an animal. They don't know better. We know better. We're supposed to protect them. They're under our protection. They're under our, you know, guardianship. If you're actually taking care of them, they can only do stuff you allow. Like, they can only wander down the street and get hit by a car if you allow them to wander down the street. You see what I mean? Like, the dog's just busy being a dog. The cat's just busy being a cat. The rabbit's just busy being a rabbit. They don't know any better. They can't think, oh, I'm going to get hit by a car if I step out in the street. That's why I stress to people not to leave their fucking animals unattended. But what do? They leave their animals unattended. I just don't get it. I'm done. I'm frustrated. I'm done. Wing? Hmm? I don't know. I don't know. I'm not even mad at you personally. I just get so frustrated because this happens over and over and over. It just happens all the time, just so often. Where someone's dog will get hit by a car, or someone's cat will get taken by a hawk, or someone's, I don't know, fucking guinea pig will get bit by a snake. And it's just like, this happened to them because of your poor choices, not them. They're an animal. They don't know better. They can't know better. They can't take care of themselves. Like, it's just frustrating. I'm tired of seeing animals get hurt because humans don't want to be responsible. That's all I'm saying. It's just so stupid to me. Hmm. Grand Pixie Bear said, I used to live in Virginia. The town I live near has so many ghosts. Some I have firsthand experience with. With a town that old, it would be a rarity if you didn't have a ghost in your house. The whole surrounding county has a lot of ghost lore also. Hmm. That sounds like a terrible place for you to, well, not you specifically, but the general you. I feel like you don't always understand sometimes that English has a general you to talk about a non-specific person who may or may not be present. Anyway, I feel like, yeah, that would be a terrible place for you to live if you were a scaredy cat. Because no one uses one as a pronoun. Is it grammatically correct? Yes, but no one says that. Like, no one goes, it would be a terrible place for one to live if one was, no one talks like that. Unless they're super stuck up. Most people use the general you. It'd be a terrible place for you to live if you were a scaredy cat. Anyway, sorry for the impromptu grammar lesson, but I don't want someone to think I'm talking specifically about them when I'm using the general you, which is a part of English language. Anyway, Lava Ray says, same, mom and I did an exorcism. An exorcism? My brother in Christ, what do you mean you did an exorcism? And it did nothing. A seance did nothing, so we moved, then we were happy. I'm so confused. What the hell was the seance supposed to do besides allow you to talk? I mean, I guess if you ask them nicely, they might have left, but it doesn't actually chase anyone out. It's just communication. What on earth? Ray says, what kind of events led you guys to resort to having an exorcism? And Lava Ray says, we just wanted to be safe. Makes no sense. That just makes no sense. You jump straight to an exorcism? That's so extreme. So many people in Virginia or who lived in Virginia talking about how haunted it is in this thread, and I love it. Um, made Mad Mechanic Mobile says, I lived in Virginia all 32 years of my life, in the city and country. In the country, I had a few experiences, really weird experiences, and also in the city, too. Don't trust the woods at night. That's all I'm going to say. Hmm. Hmm. Actually, no, Yogi Bear was the big one. Boo Boo was the little one, right? Boo Boo's the little bear? I think that was the little bear's name. Y'all probably don't even know what I'm talking about, but there was this Yogi Bear show, and then there was a little bear with him that was Boo Boo. Or I think that was his name. I don't even know. I just remember Yogi. I can't really remember the little one's name. I think I have caught everything in here, question mark, right? Right? Because I'm pretty sure I already caught an onyx, and I know I have Scorpy. Yeah, that seems right. Okay, let's go up then. You've heard of that? Okay, yeah, yeah, yeah. Hmm. Uh, his name is Bruno said, I kinda had something similar happen to me in the national park in Virginia, but I snapped out of it before I opened my door. Oh, hell no! In a national park? See, this has just further convinced me never to go to a national park, at least during the nighttime. I never want to camp in a national park. Sorry to let you down, husband, but that's not happening. You're gonna get us eaten by some ancient wood spirit or some shit. I don't even know. I love how Ribbit in Snowstorm said it certainly sounds like your husband saved your life. For real! Because this is about the earlier story about the entrancement. I'm still in the comments because people are telling their own stories. What sort of feelings were you having during the encounter? Hmm. Hold on. Hmm. Nope. Nope. Hmm. Nah, we're not gonna find the other one. It's taking too much. Yeah. Didn't think so. What kind of feelings were you having during the encounter? Did you get creeped out by those eyes, or did you have a sort of passive fascination with them? Were you filled with dread or wonder? If it's the latter, then I definitely agree something was acting upon you in an almost l'appel du vide fashion. Most people avoid these sorts of problems by listening to those little taps on the shoulder that they're being watched or that they need to get out of that place immediately. Certainly sounds like your husband saved your life, and it might be prudent to avoid going outdoors alone at night, at least until the season changes. Wait, why does the season change help? I'm curious. Are some spirits only active during certain seasons? Spooky Penguin says it was more because Spooky Penguin is the OP. It was more of a cautious intrigue. I didn't really feel truly afraid until I pieced everything together after the fact. Really? That didn't send out all the red flags to you? Okay. I would describe it as if it were an animal that you think is cute and you want to touch, but you know you shouldn't get too close because it's dangerous, even though that thing definitely wasn't cute. Smartly Pretty said that this sensation has a name and it's called fridge horror, and they linked to a TV tropes page. I've never heard of fridge horror, but I kind of want to know what this means. Let's see. Open link a new tab. Fridge horror is simply put when something becomes terrifying after the fact. Maybe you thought about this or that plot point a little too hard. Suddenly you realize that everyone was trapped in stasis forever, or that lovable child will grow up into a world where everyone around her is dead. This can be either intentional or unintentional by the author. Fridge horror comes in two flavors. Frozen by time. As a young one, you're too young to comprehend the nightmare fuel right before your eyes, but as an older person, you immediately wonder how you got through it unscarred. Quick thaw, the nightmare fuel isn't there until you take a good long deep thought and think about it. If you're looking for a trope about the scary things in people's fridges, then you should go to It Came from the Fridge, or possibly Stuffed in the Fridge. Okay. And then they just go about, other tropes it overlaps with or contrasts with. It should also be noted that authors sometimes unwittingly inflict fridge horror on themselves when they realize the implications of what they wrote. Oh, that's kind of funny. In short, this trope can be best summed up as fridge logic plus nightmare fuel. Let's meet the meat is a common cause for this in adverts. And then they just talk about more tropes. More tropes. Not to be confused with unfortunate implications, which is about something that is meant to be innocent coming off as more offensive than intended. Interesting. Hmm. Hmm. Hestia615 says, you were being called by the Fae. Good thing your husband was there. It's very dangerous. Yo-Yo-ism says, I was thinking the same exact thing, and if they've noticed you, there's a reason for it, I'd say. Likely try again. Try wearing something iron on you that's visible at all times. Wrist, neck, etc. Stay safe. Um, I would say if you can't wear it, that you could always put a iron railroad spike in your pocket. Because if you can't wear the iron, putting it in your pocket can be particularly helpful. Hmm? Ignore your room. Huh. Looks really neat though. Aw. Am I just projecting onto him, or does he look sad slash traumatized? Okay, anyway, let's see. Meow Taco Duck says, I agree 100%. They're cheeky and capable of messing up with your reality. Then someone else said something about the dog smelling what OP saw, which I don't really know how that's relevant because it seems like the dogs were entranced too. So, how did you say this? Finster Gedanken, I guess, said, reminds me of a story I read on here about a young man that was out in the woods by a lake. I think it was his dog, too. And the grandfather told him that he should never stare into the eyes of the other indigenous spirit whose name starts with an S and also shouldn't be said out loud. Fuck was that? Hmm. Let me see. I'm trying to get over here. Okay. One night he saw something like a deer standing on two hind legs that came out of the tree line and approached him. He looked into its eyes and saw something like constellations in them and fell into a trance as well. So something suddenly pulled him out of his trance and he ran away. Your story reminds me of that. Also, what did your husband say about the dogs when he found you? What were they doing? OP says, I don't really remember the dogs after coming inside doing anything out of the ordinary, and my husband never mentioned anything strange last night or otherwise. Hmm. Interesting. Is he oblivious? Not trying to scare you? Were they hiding from him? What is going on with that? Anyway, da 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 da. Okay, I know my dog was acting normal last night because he refused to take his nighttime meds like usual, lol. Also unrelated, but your comment freaked me out a bit because it reminded me of this advertisement that my husband and I saw a little while ago with a deer standing on its hind legs that I posted on the Internet Mysteries board. I shit you not, really strange coincidence. Hmm? Oh, there's one. She always looks like that. Oh. Kind of how the book said that Luna Lovegood looks perpetually startled, your cat looks perpetually traumatized. Rip. Looks like she saw some shit. Hmm. Lava Ray said, could have been a not deer as long as you both prepare defenses and don't acknowledge their existence, you should be safe. I mean, I don't really feel like the acknowledging existence thing matters as much as not following them into the woods. Like, is it just me or does it seem really stupid to follow some random presence into the woods? So, SVO Hoarder said, I thought indigenous spirit whose name starts with S that you're not supposed to say out loud as well, but in Virginia, the closest thing is a indigenous spirit whose name starts with W that you're not supposed to say out loud. Lots of articles on fae-like creatures, and that is their MO as well. All right. And then that mannequin gothic or whatever said, reminds me of a creepy video I've seen of a black goat walking on its hind legs with chickens following it. I mean, it's creepy, but I'm pretty sure some animals just walk like that sometimes. Hmm. Then someone commented, and this is a reference to a movie called The Witch, where basically the main character ends up encountering the devil. Anyway, the line says, "Wouldst thou like to live deliciously?" It's a line from the movie, which I thought was hilarious. Because they talk about how in the movie the devil was impersonating a black billy goat. Anyway, Brew and Kettle said, "OP, consider perusing the r slash." Once again, they're using the name of that indigenous spirit that starts with the letter S that you're not supposed to say out loud because you don't want to draw their attention to you. Is the logic? You don't say their name out loud so that you don't draw their attention to you. Hold on. Although I don't know how everyone was ever informed about them through oral history if you can't say their name, but whatever. Um, Consider perusing that subreddit board or also Backwoods Creepy. Neither of these are creepy pasta boards. It slash they may come back, keep the dogs in at night, and don't open the door. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's good practice to keep your dogs in at night anyway, because you never know what wild animals could come to try to eat them at night while you're asleep. But, you know, some people don't have common sense, so I have to say that out loud. Um, Regardless of whether there was something paranormal going on, your reaction is what's dangerous here. There are nocturnal predators who live in rural areas that will explore human areas in order to target chickens and livestock. Thank you, that's what I'm saying. Even when we're not dealing with something paranormal or supernatural, there are nighttime predators, as they have also backed me up. And you don't want to get eaten, do you? You don't want to get mauled by a bear, do you? Okay then. And dogs, excuse me, in order to target chickens and livestock, and also dogs and cats. They're typically afraid of humans, but will overcome that fear once they learn humans keep small animals around. That in and of itself is the best reason not to venture outside at night. Exactly. You guys should install some powerful lights and point them in the woods. If the dogs get agitated again, turn on those lights to scare the predators away. Don't keep them on all the time. The lights should function as a sudden surprise. And get an air horn or bullhorn so you can open a window and make a loud noise that accompanies the sudden light. The loud sudden noise and the sudden brightness will startle and cause a flight response in whatever is out there. I just want to add that it would also be a good way to shoo away spirits. Well, certain spirits. Some spirits would probably be undeterred, but it's also a good way to startle those things as well. Um, hold on. Da-da-da-da-da. Oh, the other thing I was gonna say is you may want to invest in some bear spray. I'm not saying that that was a bear, because that definitely sounded like something paranormal slash supernatural that wanted to carry you away. But as far as bears and other large predators, investing in something that is overpowering for their sensitive nose can also send them away. If you're talking about an actual animal or cryptid, anything with more sensitive senses would absolutely be off put by something that smells that strongly. Just make sure you don't accidentally gas yourselves when you spray that shit. Because I've seen people try to use bear spray and they somehow get it, like, in their eyes or something, so maybe just watch out for that. Also, as a side note, yeah, I see why you would say that your room looks Cosmo and Wanda themed. Anyway, the rest of the message says, if we ignore the paranormal for a second, there are a myriad of psychological reasons why you felt so compelled to go into the darkness. Yes, it sounds like you were entered into a hypnotic state, but it's not clear if that was externally caused. Consider getting tested for toxoplasmosis. Some behavioral studies have found a correlation with risk taking. Lastly, you're safe in your home at night. During the day, you guys can enjoy the woods around your home, but follow safety rules so no one wanders alone or too far. Who's this kid? Oh, he's just some rando, okay. Um, OP says, thank you. I was hoping this board would be a good segue into other boards. Backwoods Creepy is exactly what I need. This is not an isolated incident. I've mentioned Fae-like encounters before in another comment, but we've also heard vocal mimicry while his grandparents were out of town and we were dog slash house sitting for them, along with various weird or creepy noises and sightings in the tree line. Oh yeah, absolutely stay out of them goddamn woods, especially at night or at twilight times. The tween times are not safe for you either, just saying. OP said, honestly, some more protection and more powerful lights is good advice regardless. We hear coyotes sometimes, and very rarely bears come onto our property. Yes, exactly. Things to make very obnoxious sounds and lights, yes. But also bear spray. I think I just mentioned that like 2 seconds ago. Would behoove you to have that. I would also suggest, for your protection, having a shotgun. Because I'm pretty sure that's legal in all slash most states, and I'm pretty sure a lot of the time someone doesn't actually need a license for that. But I could be wrong, so check your state and local laws. Because there are various cities and municipalities that will have specific laws too, and there are state and federal laws that have to be followed. I'm not qualified to give legal advice, so if you are having issues with that, please consult someone who is appropriately qualified. Also, there are websites you can check out. Like the state always has websites up, so just read the fucking page. Um. Anyway, let's see. They said no walking into the woods for me, just safe and sound on my porch, thank you. Someone said the fact that your dogs were so calm makes it seem like it wasn't as sinister as it first appears. And I'm like, no, that doesn't mean shit. Animals can be entranced too, not to mention the fact that just because it's not harmful to animals doesn't mean it's not harmful to you. And the fact that animals do not always recognize when they're in danger. Just because the animal's not worried doesn't mean you're not in danger. It doesn't mean they're not in danger. I mean, if animals had perfect danger sense, they wouldn't run after cars and get hit by cars all the time. I'm just being real. If they had a perfect danger sense, they wouldn't be getting run over all the time. Do you know how many run over animals I constantly see on the side of the road? Don't trust that shit. Just because they don't feel like they're in danger doesn't mean shit for dick. 100% always trust when they are signaling that they're in danger, but just because they're not signaling for danger doesn't mean that it's not dangerous. Trust your instincts too. Let me get this. I'm having so many sinus issues. Ugh. Yeah, I have no idea why that person said, "Oh, it doesn't mean it's not doesn't mean it's dangerous." I'm like, they were literally entranced, bro. Hello? Like like, "Oh, it's not dangerous." Yeah, cuz things that are friendly regularly hypnotize you to get you to come into the woods. 100%. That sounds totally sane. That commenter is definitely the person that dies first in a horror movie, just saying. Like, not to be mean, but they definitely died first in the horror movie. um I got a good brain says the creepiest part is the dog's encouragement to go into the woods. Usually they're so protective. Very creepy. Then Objective Kangaroo says, right? Was it actually the fat beagle outside or something impersonating the beagle? Okay, I didn't even think about that, and that is creepy as fuck. Hold on. There we go. Okay, someone else, Kitty Cut says, I don't know about what affected you, but it sounds like your dogs sensed danger and were indicating the source while staying on alert rather than gesturing for you to enter the woods. Oh, so this poster's basically saying, nah, fam, actually you're stupid, and they were telling you where it was. I mean, that's also fair. They could have just been, you know how hunting dogs will often point to where the animal is that needs to be hunted? They're right. The dog could have just been giving indication of where it was. I mean, they can train dogs to indicate where drugs are, for instance, as well. And there are dogs who will often indicate if someone is sick, and they will indicate what area on the person's body. Like, there are dogs that can smell cancer, for instance. So they're right. The dog could have just been indicating something was there instead of saying, go here. Kind of harsh to call OP a dumbass, but, you know, I kind of get why. Someone, why all usernames? That's kind of a weird username. Says, that's terrifying. Have you ever looked into the history of the land? OP says, don't really know much about it beyond the fact that it's family owned. The house we lived in used to be my husband's great grandparents' home before they passed. I know our house has been here for a very long time, but I'm not sure anything that's happened here or how to find out. I'd love to because this isn't the first weird thing we've seen. Okay? I think this is a bit more than being haunted by great grandma's ghost, just saying. Hoarder says, can we get a geographical location? It can be broad, but look up folklore. We need a location. I guess they want to know the folklore of the area specifically to know what kind of animal, creature, or spirit it could have been. Hmm. Okay. Um, Other Alyssa says they said Virginia above. Hoarder says I saw and then found lots of references to the Fae there. Someone just says they're not gonna be sleeping tonight. Why? You weren't there. And what do you mean you're surprised I didn't say you? You said it bothered you when I did that, so I just made it like general. There we go. Hmm. Josette22 says, I believe you're right that there's something out there trying to lure you into the woods. Mm-hmm. I feel like that was obvious for anyone with a brain, but you know. Let's say, where's da da da? I've been telling people for years to stay away from forested areas and surrounding areas. I believe they may have been trying to lure you into the woods. Excuse me. I believe what may have tried to lure you into the woods is a mimic called the crawler. What? That's oddly specific. Wow, we're just not finding anything. We may actually not find anything on this dig. Oh, I lied. We found it, but we couldn't get it out. Anyway, as I was saying, there's not much of a description, but I do know they like to lure people into the woods. Since they are mimics, if you ever hear a woman screaming, a baby crying, or someone saying, help me, don't go out there. If you've ever hear a friend or loved one calling you from the forest, or if you see a friend or loved one near or in the forest, don't go out there. This is mimicking an appearance and their luring mechanism. Mm, interesting. Uh, you just joke about what? Wow. Someone said to yeet them into the creepy void because they're at the point where they just say fuck it in life. Aw, I feel bad for them. They must be super depressed. Um, Kev Mike says it makes him think about stories of beings that can compel people to do something they're not completely cognizant of, and it really makes you think about what if. Hmm. Jesus Christ, there's gotta be. This is so stupid. There's gotta be something down here, right? There's gotta be something in this dig site. This is frustrating. Oh, there we go. Nice. Um, I love how someone jokingly said, if you burn down the entire forest, good luck luring you into that. RIP! Please don't actually commit arson. Please. Please. Just wear protective charms and protective substances. Please don't do that. There are animals that need the forest. And potentially forest people, I don't know. There are people and animals who actually live in the forest. Can you not do that? Anyway. Hmm. Okay. Hmm. Then there's someone that says, it was a spirit. You almost got fairy led into the forest. Probably would have gotten eaten or worse, considering how rude the spirit was about the laws of consent. BTW fairy is a stand-in term to illustrate the common stories people know. It's not meant as a racist term. Why the hell would it be racist? That's just the name. Neat story though. It's been so long since I've read a modern story that resembles the old stories of being led away into the forest, never to be seen again, and you lived. Well, yeah, 'cause his slash her slash their husband saved their life. LOL. They use third eye stuff and ambient spirits to deceive you and confuse your perceptions. You probably have good spirits around you, since otherwise having you dead to rights like that, um, hole in the tree, eye contact, path that looked made for you. There's no way you, an uninstructed human, could have resisted such a influence otherwise. I mean, to be fair, having a strong will does help, and OP's husband was there to help pull OP out of the trance, so there is also that. Um, Again, congrats on being alive. Since he failed, it's unlikely he'll target you like that again. He'd have to do the same thing again, and any spirit worth their salt knows the same trick a second time is easier to pick apart. Hmm. So apparently there's some more fridge horror stuff because OP says that there's some other weird stuff that happened this season that they didn't really think about at the time, but looking back and adding it all together, it's very unnerving. Nice, you actually got both of these. I first made a small reference to a fairy circle last year when we had some mushrooms grow in a circle in the field. Oh, yeah, that's a fairy circle. We've seen passing white flitters past the window a lot. I saw them first a lot while upstairs and thought I was just seeing some birds or something until my husband mentioned seeing them downstairs. They're like impressions of light. There's something like shirt buttons outside on the porch. I never accept them. I don't know much about Fae, and that's why I just kind of want to coexist peacefully without getting involved if that's what they are. Hmm. Let's go down here first, then we'll go for the two up top. I just find digging really soothing. Okay? So we've been digging. Until I read the other comments. Honestly, this thread is full of other stories and folklore, which is why I have not left. Hmm. Interesting. What is the worst comment about? I'm sorry. Because there's kind of a lag between what you write and what I say, so I have no idea what that actually goes to. Also, I'm reading through the thread, so sometimes it doesn't always match up your reaction to either my reaction to them or what they actually said. So sometimes I just don't know what you're referencing. Um, Now there's another person talking about them being spirited away. I think we can all agree they were almost spirited away at this point. Jesus Christ, this thread is long. I'm not reading this whole damn thing. Dr. Econox just says, yeah, something out there wanted you. No! Dark Baron said Dogs of the Corn. Ooh, that's nice. Which, that's a reference to Children of the Corn, which really got me. LMAO. Someone said, sounds like some missing 411 shit. For real! For real. Oh, you said eaten or worse. Um, I mean, there's simply being killed, and then there's having your soul devoured, which is an entire different level of distressing and painful, just saying. Being eaten, being tortured, being used as a slave, having your soul devoured, different things like that, you know. Or various attacks or assaults of varying natures that I shan't discuss on here in detail. I suppose is some of the things they're talking about. Or being subjected to such eldritch horror that your mind is destroyed. Hmm. Jesus, where's the other stuff? I assume, unless they're talking about something else. Well, we didn't find the other stuff. That's not in English, and I don't know what it says. Someone else said kind of sounds like some of the Missing 411 stories. You should look them up. There's even a Missing 411 that has similar stories. Hmm. Let me just move my. Oh, this kind of hurts. Hmm. Hmm. I can't believe someone answered Sasquatch. Mm, here we go. Found another bump. The last comment says, OP, refrain from ever going out alone at night, even from just opening a door like that, even if it's not a indigenous spirit starting with S. It could have been a predator. For real. Like my brother in Christ, just because it's not some spirit of some kind doesn't mean that it's not a hungry bear or some kind of stalker. Never go out into the woods alone at night, especially if someone's trying to lure you there. That just sounds like a good way to get murdered. Like, whether it's by Faye, a bear, or some Ted Bundy wannabe, do you really want to get murdered in the woods? No, you don't. God, that was a long thread. Kind of neat, though. Kind of interesting. Kind of fascinating. How many people are like, oh, yeah, that's just Virginia slash West Virginia slash the Appalachian Mountains. They're just creepy. What are some urban legends slash cryptids in your area or town? I live in a part of the UK where there have been sightings of a big cat. Apparently, my grandpa remembers people saying they saw a big cat in the 80s after some sheep had their throats ripped out, but those are just rumors and he never saw anything himself, but it's still a cool legend. I mean, that sounds less like some random cryptid and more like, I don't know, an animal, but whatever. Hmm. Okay, so, here we go. Come Walk With Me 4 said in the Ozark Mountains of Arkansas and Missouri, it's rumored that black panthers live in the mountains. Several people I know have seen them, but Game and Fish will deny these claims. So they also said, I believe that there are big cats that live in the Ozarks. Excuse me. They historically have lived in the area but were driven out by settlers. Fish and Game deny they still live there, so they don't have to set up rules and regulations for hunting. I mean, I feel like they would want to set up rules for hunting, but whatever. Because Fish and Game seems to really love all their extra rules about hunting, just saying. Like, I don't think there's some grand conspiracy that they want to avoid making more rules. They seem to really like having a bunch of rules. If they didn't like having all these rules, they wouldn't so enthusiastically undertake enforcement of them, just saying. They're definitely not reluctantly enforcing these rules. Then someone's saying exotic animal owners typically either kill or release their animals once they get bored of them. Just look at Florida and their giant snail problem / boa constrictor issue. Back in the 50s, a bunch of researchers brought squirrel monkeys to Florida. Once the project was finished, the monkeys were released to the wild. All of the monkeys have herpes B virus, by the way. The macaques of Florida were originally the pets of a boat operator. He got bored of them and decided to release 6 of them on a small island. Florida now has non-native monkey species and a countless amount of snake species. Yeah, they're not wrong about people just randomly releasing quote unquote exotic animals, so they're not wrong. They're not wrong. I'm not saying that's what these people are seeing in that specific instance, but people do that. Someone said they've seen them both while kayaking in Florida. Oh, there. Hmm. Now people are arguing about albinism, so I'm skipping that section. We didn't come here for arguments about albinism. Like, full offense. Lord, this is one of the big ones, isn't it? Okay. Then they're talking about American zoos, especially unregulated roadside ones. And then it's totally possible a breeding pair of jaguars escaped or a breeding pair of panthers. Blah 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 blah. Unregulated animal owners who own tigers as personal pets eventually grow up and start acting on their instincts. The owner of the animal becomes overwhelmed, and so they either surrender their animal to sketchy rehabilitation program or just let it go. Exotic animal owners are not known for their responsibility, so they're just talking about animals that escape. Boring. Is there anything else? Can y'all talk about actual cryptids instead of exotic animals that escaped? Because that's boring. Full offense. I came here for the stories. It's literally one of the little call and response posts where they ask about something specific and then the stories are in the comments. And I just didn't come here to read about escaped zoo animals. Lots of people talking about the Ozarks. Come Walk With Me also talked about the Ozark Howlers, the White River Monster, which is rumored to have sunk a Confederate steamboat during the Civil War, and the Gowrow, I'm probably not saying it right, which is a giant dragon-like creature that lives in caves. Interesting. Um, I love how people are just talking about how the government's official stance on certain animals is to say they don't live there, but they have pictures of them. Like, rip. Hey, Awesome Asian. Love you. I feel like this is a discussion for a different subreddit. Why do they have this extensive thread about this? I came here for stories about cryptids. We came here for the spook. Let's see. Jesus Christ. Why are they still talking about mountain lions? No one cares. Someone brought up the Devil's Tramping Ground, but the question was about cryptids, not about creepy locations. Did anyone in this thread actually read the prompt? This is so infuriating. It's like none of them have reading comprehension. mm, blah, 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 blah. Boring. Don't care. Also boring. That one's talking about a Native American cemetery. I'm like, how are either of these things related to this? What the fuck? Neither one of these things are related. I'm still hoping there's some kind of redemption in this thread. Like, I'm hoping there's redemption. Jesus Christ. Okay, whatever. I'm just clicking out of this. This is not what I thought it was gonna be. Dolly and Dimple? Is this gonna be a weird possessed doll story? Maybe. Hmm. I'm just trying to skim it. Okay, who is this by? One Spared to the Sea? I love some of your usernames. That's a good one. Let's see. I have no personal recollection of this story, but I know it happened. Okay. Didn't get the fourth one. See. Because there's a video. No, I won't post it because it's a childhood home video and I'm not interested in putting my voice and image out there. But exactly. But it does exist and my parents and I have watched it multiple times without being able to explain it. I started talking quite early. I could say things like banana and dad in a different language by the age of 10 months, and by the age of 2.5, I could speak in clear full sentences. My parents loved asking me questions while filming me, particularly because I was a bit of a troll and frequently cracked silly jokes. While on camera. In this video, they asked me about a recent trip we'd taken to India. That's oddly specific. Why India? I'm not. I'm. It's not that it's a place that people shouldn't travel. It's just it's so unusual a destination that I'm curious why your family picked it. Maybe you have family there? I would assume you have family there. Anyway, who did you see in India? My dad asked while I fidgeted in my soft toddler chair. Dolly and Dimple, I informed him, grinning. Oh, who are Dolly and Dimple? Okay. Let's see. My dad frowned. We have no relatives by those names or even close to them. So they were visiting relatives. Yeah, okay. He asked again and again got the same reply, Dolly and Dimple. Eventually he labeled me a silly child and moved on to other questions. Interesting. I want to know where this is going. What is this building up to? 4 years later, my aunt and uncle, who had gotten married a couple months after the India trip mentioned in the video, gave birth to twins. Their nicknames were Dolly and Dimple. Oh, that's so cool. Huh. So, is OP some kind of psychic? Nice. My parents were shocked when I found the video while going through my old baby photos. They wondered whether I was lisping or saying my own nickname with a different word affixed, but dismissed the idea. I was speaking very clearly in the clip. This isn't the only time I've predicted something. I described a friend's partner in detail, including a distinctive article of clothing months before they met. I'm still unsure why this happens on occasion. I've had a lot of friends put hypotheses forward, but I'm still left without a definitive answer. I mean, clearly you're just psychic. I don't understand what's so hard to understand. I don't understand what they're not getting. Clearly you're psychic. What else are we supposed to get from this? Duh. Hello? Obviously you're having premonitions. Okay, now there are more dig sites. Excellent. Let me just... Oh! I honestly forgot what these crystals were for. I read about it online and then I just completely forgot. Because I never come down here. There aren't really any comments on it. There's just someone saying, that's so cool, which, isn't really anything. Like, yes, it's true, that was cool, but it doesn't really... I was hoping for stuff that led to more stuff. Like, I like in the comments when people have more stories, like when they share their stories, or they're like, oh, that's like when XYZ happened to me / my friend, or whatever, Like, I mean, I guess it's great for the OP to see it, but It's not really helpful for us because I was hoping there was like more, but there wasn't. Anyway, finally decided to share the experience that convinced me. I assume they mean the experience that convinced them to believe in the paranormal. Which, let's see. I want to pull up the dictionary definition. So, it just means an event or perception without scientific explanation. Extrasensory perception or other purportedly supernatural phenomena. Okay, okay. I just wanted more stuff like that. But it was just people saying it was cool. I was like, damn it, I want more stuff. I want more stuff. Okay, anyway, oh, oh, this is like pages long. I don't want to share it today because I probably have like 15 to 30 more minutes. Well, probably more like 30 more minutes. No, it's 30 more minutes exactly. Okay. Hmm. I kind of want to look up backwoods creepy. Who could have been knocking on the door when I was a young child? That's vague. Hmm. Oh, there are two down there. I don't need to go into a room yet. What do you mean picky, lol? We didn't come here to hear/read comments about how cool ghosts are. We wanted more spooky shit. This feels weird. So, I wonder if this is one of the ones that's gonna disturb Magic Cat, because it says the figure in the window. And Magic Cat's previously talked about how I have scared her away from windows and shit. Yeah, I'm gonna read this to you, especially since you apparently didn't understand my complaint. My complaint wasn't for the OP. My complaint is just the people who literally just answer cool when I was hoping that other people would respond with their own stories. Ah, excellent. That means I definitely have to read the window story now since you're leaning against the window. Yeah, I definitely have to read it now. Have to make you paranoid about the window, right? What's the name? An I don't know how to say the username. I thought they were going to go with anemone or ammonia, but it's like they smashed the two words together. Posted 3 days ago. Growing up, I always felt like my childhood home was haunted. This wasn't just because it was filled with antiques or because our front yard was surrounded by a rusty iron cemetery fence. That definitely sounds like a haunted house. I'm not gonna cap. But I constantly felt watched and had some poltergeist activity as well as sounds that shouldn't be, and even some apparitions. One such apparition happened after I dropped off a friend one night. Okay, like me, she also believed in the paranormal and has had experiences. She was interested in coming to my house to see if she was able to experience anything. She began talking out loud, supposedly recounting what the spirits were telling her. She said she could see a man walking up the stairs of the kitchen, and as she said it, the stairs creaked like someone was actually walking on them. Okay. I mean, that's neat and all, but, okay. Hold on. A few minutes later, she said he was coming back down and the creaking happened again. Eventually, we got bored and I took her home. I hadn't actually seen anything at that point, only heard the stairs creaking. Yeah, but it's awfully convenient for them to creak, you know. Like, it seems she would have no way to predict that the stairs would creak right as she was talking, which lends it more credence, in my mind at least. Because it's not like she can just psychically make the stairs creak. And if she can, then we have more to talk about than ghosts. Just saying. Anyway, as I pulled back into my driveway after dropping her off, I had a clear view of the kitchen window. I saw a figure standing in the window and thought nothing of it since my mom could often be seen in that window doing dishes. I just figured my parents had come home and she was getting started on them. Reasonable. However, right as I stepped out of my car, it occurred to me that my parents' cars weren't in the driveway. I was the only one at the house. I quickly jumped back into my car and called my parents. They had a good laugh, thinking like usual I was just being weird. Well, that's insulting! But I was absolutely terrified. Really? What kind of asshole parents just laugh at you while you're sitting there scared to death? I'm not sure if it was that man my friend said was going up and down the stairs or something, but it's the only time I ever saw a figure in that window. I don't know, but your parents are dicks. Who hears that you're scared to death and they just laugh at you? What the fuck? Like, for real, even if someone is literally just like seeing things that aren't real, why would you laugh at them while they're clearly terrified? That's not an appropriate response to the situation. Even if someone is actually hallucinating, laughing at them while they're screaming in terror is not helpful. What the fuck? I just don't even know what this. I don't know what else to say. That's just so fucked up. Oh, we already have one? Really? Huh. I don't remember getting one. Whatever. If you've ever done EVP/Spirit Box sessions, what questions have you asked? And this is by Away Throw 1985 or what? Okay, let's look at the responses. Kendall246 says, I tend to ask, where are you? Because it seems to have more range than the other questions. I also mix it up with how old are you and are you angry, so I'm not just repeating myself over and over the whole time. That seems kind of like a... That one question seems kind of loaded, but... Boop Every Snoot says, ever get an answer? I'd be really interested in the answer to where are you specifically. Oh, hell no. That sounds like a good way to get spooked. Even if you're a non-believer. Chef Girl RD? I love that. I would be loving some of y'all's nicknames. I really do. Or screen names, whatever. Remember to give them time to answer, not whisper or talk during the wait. Also, thank them. Don't ask yes or no questions. You can ask how many people in the room are alive. Also, you can ask the same for spirits. Ambitious says, how many people are alive in the room? What if the answer is none? Someone said, well, that's when you know you're fucked. Or when you find out that you're already dead and it's like you're in the Sixth Sense. Oh, sorry to spoil the plot of that, but that's what, from the fucking 80s or something? The 70s? I don't know. It's old. That's an old-ass movie. Surely I'm not spoiling it by now. Right? I don't think that counts as a spoiler anymore. It's been out for decades. Lauren the medium says she always asks them to tell her the number of her house, her city, or her partner's names to validate that it's a spirit. After that, and once she's heard the right answer, she usually asks them about what they did that day, their thoughts on issues within the physical world, about other dimensions, and about themselves and who they are and what their favorite things are. Does it not unnerve her for people to randomly know her family's information? They're people too, so conversing with them the same way you do with a friend over the phone will always enable the best conversation. It's like some of y'all want to be haunted, honestly. I love how Magic Cat said, geez, that sounds like an interview. Or an interrogation, Jesus. There we go. Nice. Um, Bimbo Wannabe said, I did a spirit box session with my grandmother's partner of 7 years after he passed. We're fairly sure his son murdered him by neglecting to give him his blood thinners. He had a stroke and died. He was an avid hunter. When we asked the Ovalist what he was doing, the box replied, hunting. Magic has said, damn, the poor spirit's getting interviewed. Winning 101 said, where are you? Can you see me? Us, your name. Always broader range questions with lots of time. 15 seconds was our staple at the least. Provide more time with the same questions if you're aren't getting anything, and then narrower questions from there. Okay. We once had a session where the box provided us accurate one-word answers for 3 questions. What color my shirt is, what state we're in, and who do you know here? Identified a group member by name, Emily. By the way, the shirt was black and the state was California. Interesting. I've never used one, nor do I really want to, so interesting. Magic has said don't blame them for being annoyed. Railroad Rat, that's an interesting name. Railroad Brat said they would ask, what's your name? Then give them your name. Hell no! Idiot! Why would you randomly give out your name to random spirits? Dumbass. No. You never give out your name. Ever. This is why y'all be getting haunted and shit. Anyway, how many spirits are here with us? Do you know what year it is? How'd you die? Really? Do you know you're dead? Are you an adult or child? Can you say my name? What year did you die? Jesus Christ, some of your questions are insensitive as fuck. What if they don't want to linger on their death? That's mean. I would personally be insulted if someone kept badgering me about how I died. Even if it was the most gentle, peaceful, non-traumatizing death ever. It's like, why are you focused on that? You can't just ask their favorite color or something? Like, it's kind of fucked up. That should clue you into how offensive it is if I think it's a particularly mean question to ask. Dead people are just like living people in the sense that no one wants to be hounded about their death. N- well, specifically, no one wants to be hounded about what could potentially be one of the most traumatizing moments of their life. Like, for instance, if the person was murdered, why would you forcefully bring that up to them? That's insensitive. You can't just ask them shit like that just because they're dead. That's mean. I mean, for instance, if you go somewhere and the person was brutally murdered, why would you want them to, for lack of a better word, relive that moment? Because obviously they're dead, so. For all you know, that poor ghost has fucking PTSD over their murder, and you're just like, oh yeah, how'd you die? Insensitive prick. What the fuck? I can't imagine just randomly asking people how they died and expecting them to give me every detail. That's fucked. Anyway, Charmed, I'm sure, one says, I don't know if anyone else has experienced this. I have a few times felt like someone was in the room with me, just like how you feel a presence in the room. And I think on 2 different encounters I felt someone sat down on my head. Oh, excuse me, on my bed. That's why I was so confused. I was like, your head? No, it's bed. I don't know where I got head from. Sat down on my bed around my feet. It's freaky. Then, of course, I'm awake all night with the lights on. Sounds like something that would happen to Magic Cat. Someone said, have you had cats or dogs that have passed away? I feel my cat jump up on the bed sometimes. 100% no doubt in my mind. It is her visiting me. That would destroy me. Not in like a I'm so scared way, but in a this makes me emotionally compromised kind of way. I would cry. Oh, they're talking about the pets they had. Profaned Ostrich says, as someone who comes from a big history of priests in a family and sees spirits and whatnot fairly often, the best thing you can do is ignore it. The more you acknowledge it, the more power you give it. Everything starts small but feeds off your fear and anxiety, and even you acknowledging it gives it power. Stay safe. I mean, to be fair, Profaned Ostrich, they didn't say they were afraid or wanted to get rid of it. Mm-hmm. Running. Here we go. Anyway, um, 5-year-old son said he saw a black figure. They have a messy ass drawing to try to explain the perspective of where everyone was. Oh. Oh, okay. Oh. Hmm. Hmm. Hold on. This is annoying. There we go. Alright. My 5-year-old son likes to ride his scooter from my bedroom door down the hallway to the couch in my apartment. He did it several times while his dad and I were in our bed watching TV until he turned around and said quietly, visibly shaken, I'm not going to scooter down the hallway anymore. I asked him why, and he said, I just watched something black walk from the couch to the kitchen table. I asked him what he looked like, and he said it was all black, no legs, no arms, and a head, and it was tall as Daddy. I had him draw it on a whiteboard, and it definitely looked as he described. Should I be concerned? He seems very scared. He isn't exposed to anything scary, etc., to know what some paranormal slash demonic would look like. I have never witnessed anything paranormal, but my mom grew up in a home that they were forced to leave due to pretty intense occurrences. She lives with us now. I have felt slightly uneasy, like something is watching me when I walk past a certain area of the house, especially at night, but that's about it. Quick, shitty notes app sketch of where he saw it. Hmm. Someone said maybe there's an entity that followed your mother. I have said before that people seem to think that only places can be haunted. Or at least some people think that. But in truth, people can be haunted. There can be things that are specifically attached to people instead of places. There can also be things attached to objects instead of people or places. Yes. I read it word for word. Anyway, maybe there's an entity that has followed your mother, they said. Oh, hold on. There are some rituals you could look up and perform, but maybe some other commenters can steer you in the to the correct resource. Are you religious at all? You could have someone come by and bless your place. Hmm. Oh, she said her mother got divorced recently and her ex-husband's house definitely had something there too. There was a murder suicide there before the home was purchased. Her husband owned it before she moved in and he said he told it to go in the basement. I've done laundry there in the basement. Horrifying to say the least. Almost paralyzed me with fear being down there and it was a Michigan basement to make matters worse. What does a Michigan basement mean? Does that mean something specific? Hold on. Time to use the power of the Google cuz I've what does that mean? Oh, what, Magic Cat? Michigan basement. I don't know what that means. Does that mean like no windows or something? A Michigan basement is a general term for a basement that is unfinished. It's usually dug out or damp and has a cement or earthen floor. It's basically a step above a crawl space. Oh. Common in older homes built with low foundations, Michigan basements typically serve as a space for keeping the washer and dryer or for storing of non-perishable goods. Also known as a crawl space that has been converted into a basement. Interesting! Also defined as a crawl space that's been dug out into a basement. I've literally never heard of a Michigan basement. That's both cool and creepy. It was kind of funny that he was like, he just banished it to the fucking basement. Like, he didn't actually banish it. Like, he didn't do any rituals or spells or anything. I just think it's funny that he's like, yo, if you want to stay, you gotta live down there. Like, it's just kind of funny in a sense, but it's also horrifying because what the fuck, dude? You know what I mean? Like, oh, someone actually said off track, but what is a Michigan basement? See, they asked, but they asked at the end of the comment, and I just didn't see it. Anyway, da, 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 da. They both said they heard something say their name when no one was home and other weird shit that would happen often that I just can't think of right now. Maybe it could have followed her from there. Then Boop Every Snoot says, "Ah, I love when a non-Michigander asks that. It's a dirt floor slash unfinished and damp slash leaky. Creepy but important because we have enough bad weather that we've got to." Ah! I didn't expect you to come home right then. I thought someone was breaking in. No, I heard. I heard your body just bump into it, and I thought someone was trying to break the door down. Ah, I thought those creepy people were back. The ones that were trying to break into people's cars. There's someone sleeping outside, like a homeless person? A lot of homeless people live in their cars instead of on the street. She's blocking our driveway? So she left when you pulled up? So now she's parked in front of someone else's house. That's so weird. It's still weird. Who just sits outside your house? Are you sure she's not trying to see like who's home or when they come home? That's creepy. That's creepy in like a real person way of like, are you casing the neighborhood? The fuck? You're just sitting outside people's houses and seeing when they come home and then moving then? Like that's weird. Hmm. What is this? What is that little thing? A winder for what? Oh, a watch? Maybe? What the hell are you talking about then? Oh, it's a yarn winder? Why did you buy a yarn winder? If you didn't know if I wanted to do it, why would you not ask me if I wanted to do it before spending money on it? Not really. Can you just hold on and actually let us talk about it instead of just jumping back and forth into stuff and out of stuff? No, I thought it was really frustrating. I didn't think I had the patience for it. Yeah, I didn't think I had the patience for it, so I was like, I don't know how much I want to do this. I don't know why you don't just ask me if I actually want things. I doubt you would do it either. You'd also probably don't have the patience for it. Like, I doubt you would just sit there and do it. You're too ADHD to sit there and do it. You'd get bored. Meanwhile, I was just frustrated. I was like, this is too much. I feel like I would be too frustrated for too long. What do you mean it was funny? Come here and say that closer to me. You jumped away really fast. Why are you scared? Why are you scared? Sorry, my husband's home. You can't outrun me, bitch. I'm kidding. Love you. I do love you. I don't know. What do you want for dinner? Wait, what's sus, Magic Cat? Fuck you. I'm not sus. My husband said you're sus. Fuck you. But yeah, what do you want to eat? Yep. You already ate yours. I ate mine for lunch. Brunch? Whatever. There's a lot of shit that needs to go out of the fridge, yeah, but it's nowhere close to garbage day, so I don't want it to like start spoiling in the heat, so I left it in. Also, I'm sorry that my speech gets so random at the end, but I can't just sit here and ignore him. He comes in, I end up talking to him instead of whatever we were talking about before. We can, but if you read the package, it's supposed to be cooked differently. I mean, it's supposed to be cooked differently. Read the package. Uh-huh. And the other stuff is usually put in the air fryer or the oven. Uh-huh. That's why I didn't cook it the last 3 times, yes. But I can make it if you want it. I'll make it if you want it. Why are you calling on Jesus? You don't even like his ass. So? Also, now you're tired? Wait, why are you tired? Oh, come on. It's gotta be along this wall. This is annoying. What'd you say, bitch? She is not tired of me. You tired of me? Oh, you said you're tired because it's 2 a.m. You usually stay up till like 3 or 4 a.m. Then again, that's probably why you're tired. You've compounded your sleep debt. You're so sleep deprived. Well, I'm glad you're not saying you're tired of me at least. But you probably are actually exhausted. Wow, we're just not coming across anything. I try to hit in like random places that aren't right up on each other so we can try to find out where it is really fast, but sometimes you just don't find it right away. Maybe something in the corner? Nope. Oh, there are 3 more. 3 more. 3 more, then we'll go up top. Next time we will do a plot thing, probably? Question mark? Probably. We'll probably do a plot thing next time. But digging around down here was actually really fun. I feel like it relieves a lot of stress. But where the hell is the other... I can't find the other dig spots. That's a little annoying. Yeah? What's hard to understand? Dig! Dumbass. The other one doesn't even make sense. Dig spots. Spots to dig. It's not that deep. Jesus. Here we go. The wall's bulging. What'd you say? Take me down the stairs with you? I suppose you're carrying your phone down there. And as long as I'm still streaming, it's like you're not even really alone. Really. That was my husband deciding to tip over the cradle and knock my Switch out. I don't know. I don't know why you couldn't just leave the shit alone. Also, did you say you wanted rice? Because this is a terrible, shitty time to tell me that. We're gonna have to wait an hour. Yo ass can starve while I have a snack then. That's a long ass time to wait. Especially since I can't even put it in right now. I have to finish first. Okay, as long as you got snacks. Asshole. You're a snake. Okay, whatever. I need to get these other two dig spots and then I will go back to the surface and that will be the end of this. I honestly just find the digging really soothing. It's very good for stress relief. I wish there was a game that was literally just digging up treasure. I would play the shit out of that. It's just just stress relief material. Hey, honey. How the hell are you already so far away? Mm. Is there any game that just has to do with, like, digging and stuff? Yeah, like digging up treasure. Never heard of it. Send me a link about it, I guess. Hmm. So supposedly it looks like there's another spot all the way down there. Hmm. Or maybe I won't go to the surface. Maybe I'll just leave my character down here. I don't really know. I just know I keep trying to find this dig spot and I can't find it and it's frustrating. I think that's supposed to be a dig spot though. It's glowing orange like they usually do. Ah, there we go. Found it at last. Hmm. Oh, there. Nice. Hmm. Hmm. I mean, if nothing else, I have this mini game to come back to. Now, there's supposed to be a third one. Where is it? Hmm. Probably in the goddamn corner is where it is. Yeah, we're not gonna find it. We don't have enough time. I don't know why they don't give us more time. It's kind of stupid. I'm tired too, but I think that's just the eye strain talking. Since it has been 4 hours and 3 minutes shy of 20 minutes, I can't really think of anything we can do for 3 minutes because I don't really want to bring up a new round of dig sites. It took you that long to get the water? What the hell? Do you live 8 floors above your kitchen or something? Anyway. anyway, that's it for right now. I'm just gonna cut it off here so we can at least get the rice in. Then he wants some skillet chicken. Oh, you had to go to the bathroom too. I was wondering because all you said was, I'm going to get water. And I was like, damn, that's a long ass time just to get water. But turns out you were doing something else too, so that makes more sense. Alright, well, it's good to be back. I will be back tomorrow as well. Um, but thanks for stopping by, Magic Cat. And also, Awesome Asian, my husband came by, and Cheesy Pillow came by a while ago too, but I don't think they stayed. Bye! You can always Discord me. Why do I want chocolate? I just am thinking about a chocolate brownie and ice cream. What is wrong with me?